Mon Parlement.
My planet.
My Parliament. My planet.
Notre devenir.
IPU, 135 years of democracy for everyone. The IPU was founded on 30th June 1889 by a small group of visionary parliamentarians who believed that parliamentary dialogue and diplomacy were a better way of settling differences than war.
La vision des pères fondateurs de l'institution est un monde épris de paix à la suite de dialogues entre des pays et des parties en conflit en vue de la coexistence pacifique des peuples.
My Parliament. My planet.
As we celebrate our 135th anniversary this year on 30th June, our founders will be proud to see that the IPU has grown into a thriving global organization, the Parliament of Parliaments, composed of 180 national parliaments open to all 46,000 parliamentarians in the world.
IPU, 135 years of building hope.
135 years of connection, cooperation, and common prosperity.
Common understanding and solidarity.
IPU, 135 years of building trust between parliamentarians.
Toujours une volonté de trouver une solution, d'aller de l'avant.
Finding common solutions.
بناء الجسور.
Compañerismo.
Solidarity for the peace and security.
Of empowering young parliamentarians.
135 years of promoting democracy.
Peace.
Women's rights.
Giving shape to the voice of humanity.
135 years of pushing and paving way for gender equality in politics.
Building bridges between people.
Anticiper l'avenir.
The Inter-Parliamentary Union, 135 years of enduring dialogue and parliamentary diplomacy.
Happy International Day of Parliamentarism.
Mon Parlement.
My planet.
My Parliament. My planet.
Notre devenir.
Good morning, everyone. May I kindly ask distinguished delegates to take the floor. We will be resuming the general debate in just a moment. And thank you if we can also turn off the video on the screen. Excellent.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, everybody. We are resuming with our general debate and will continue today with our list of high-level segment of general debate for Speaker of Parliament. So we'll start today with our colleague from Armenia, Mr. A. Samonian. Please, take the floor. Followed by Speaker from Uzbekistan, Mr. Tay Narabiva.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, fellow parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to address the 149th IPU Assembly and discuss the vital role of science, technology, and innovation in shaping a more peaceful and sustainable future. For Armenia, a country that faces complex geopolitical challenges, leveraging science and technology is not only about economic growth, but also national security, resilience, and sustainability. Because the applications of CSTI can also be used in ways that harm people and prevent us from achieving our goals, our choices in how to harness STI to maximize the social, economic, and environmental benefits, while managing the downsides and problems become paramount. One of Armenia's key priorities is the development of renewable energy. With 270 sunny days a year, our country can make solar power a central part of our energy strategy. We aim to triple our solar energy production by 2040, ensuring that at least 15% of the natural energy mix comes from renewable sources. This shift toward clean energy reduces our reliance on fossil fuels and cuts greenhouse gas emissions, fostering sustainable development. Science and technology are instrumental in helping Armenia manage resources more efficiently and mitigate the risk posed by climate change. Progress in these fields offers solutions to the challenges we face, from enhancing agricultural productivity to improving disaster management. By prudently adopting these technologies, we are not only protecting our environment, but also securing a better future for the next generation. Dear colleagues, it is essential that we embrace sound technological solutions. Armenia, like many other nations, is focused on reducing carbon dioxide emissions, conserving resources, and promoting a culture of environmental responsibility. This is a collective effort, and we all have a role in ensuring that technological advancements are used wisely to protect our planet. Science and technology also serve as a powerful tool for peace building. From reducing conflicts over natural resources to protecting human rights, scientific innovations, and can help us meet human needs. Armenia is committed to using technology to this end. On the subject of peacemaking, I do want to report that Armenia and Azerbaijan are on the cusp of an accord. For context, when the peace process started in earnest many months ago. Azerbaijan wanted our agreement on 5 internationally recognized points. I am pleased to announce that to date we have agreed on 16. Ladies and gentlemen, the perfect must no longer be the enemy of the good. The time to make peace has come. The time for peace is now. We invite Azerbaijan to muster the political will to seize the moment and join us in making the possible real. Armenia, for its part, is ready to sign peace treaty even today. Thank you very much.
Thank
감사합니다. 다음 대표단 준비해 주시기 바랍니다.
Assalamu alaikum, dear colleagues. On behalf of the delegation of Uzbekistan, I will welcome the participants of the conference. The topic of today's debate is of topical importance in the light of the growth of serious challenges of various nature, as well as increasing uncertainty around the world. In these conditions, the development and utilization of science, technology, innovation play an important role in ensuring sustainable development and global stability. Dear friends, for Uzbekistan, this issue is also of priority importance and is seen as an important condition for the country's dynamic development. In particular, in the conceptual document Strategy Uzbekistan 2030, which defines the directions of the country's development, accelerated introduction of modern technologies and digitalization of various sectors are among the main priorities. In accordance with this, large-scale measures are being implemented to ensure and stimulate scientific, innovative, and technological progress in economic and social sectors. First of all, the legislative base in the sphere of education, science, and innovation has been ensured. More than 180 normative and legal acts have been adopted in the short period of time. Today, the population of Uzbekistan exceeds 37 million people, which makes the country the largest in Central Asia, representing more than 40% of region's population. Under these conditions, accelerate expansion of higher education, modernization of the educational system, development of STEM education is a necessary for effective use of the huge human capital. In the last 7 years, 135 new higher education institutions have been established, which led to an almost threefold increase in the total number of educational institutions, and the coverage of higher education has increased fivefold and has reached 70%. To ensure the growth of scientific potential, the system of funding was diversified. Over the last 5 years, funding for science from private sector and industrial enterprises has tripled. In order to ensure sustainable scientific and technological development of the country, measures have been taken to create a modern innovations infrastructure which creates conditions for commercialization of innovative ideas and strengthening of country's ecosystem. In particular, 28 districts of the countries have been designated as innovative districts, and 47 innovation infrastructure facilities have been formed, which opens up new opportunities for entrepreneurs. The state actively supports science and innovation by allocating significant funds for research and startups. Over the past 4 years, more than 1,700 projects worth 172 million have been funded. The introduction of new mechanisms for commercialization of scientific and technological developments have resulted in a significant increase in their commercial value. As a result of the reforms carried out, Uzbekistan in 2023 ranked second in the world in the Global Innovation Index. Dear friends, today we're discussing important issues that determine our future. Given the important role of the IPU in shaping policy in this area, it is advisable to use the potential and the authority in bringing parliaments together. In particular, The IPU should play a coordinating role in establishing an exchange of experience in legislation governing education, science, and innovative development. Particular attention should be paid to increasing investment in science and innovative development in the budgeting process. Parliament should promote the growth of budget expenditures in this direction. We believe it is also necessary to organize within the framework of the IPU an exchange of experience in the sphere of increasing and developing the human resources potential of parliaments. In these matters, Uzbekistan is ready to share its own experience as well as to study and adopt the positive practices of foreign partners. At the same time, we call for strengthening global dialogue in the field of science and technology. Parliaments should promote international cooperation, encourage innovation, and strengthen public attention to science and technology issues. Distinguished conference participants, only through coordinated efforts and active implementation of advanced scientific solutions can we cope with the urgent challenges of our time. We hope that close international cooperation within the framework of the IPU will ensure the effectiveness of our efforts in this direction. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you very much. Now we have to shift to our B list. I've got to continue with the list of first speakers from delegations, non-presiding officer, and invited organizations. And we'll start with Spain, Mr. Almodovar, followed by speaker from Gambia. Thank you.
Estimados colegas, buenos días.
Good morning, colleagues. Here we find ourselves at a crucial time for humanity in terms of STI, which is transforming our lives at an unprecedented pace. Therefore, we find that we've got a unique opportunity to build a more peaceful, sustainable future. At the same time, this is a challenge for us. Science, technology, and innovation are certainly things that can drive us to get more resilient societies with renewable energy that could allow us to ease ourselves off of fossil fuels. And we can also connect communities all around the world. These tools can change the way in which we live and work. In addition to the practical applications of STI, STI can also help us to address things such as climate change, poverty, and inequality. And therefore, we can see STI really as a driver for peace. Without exception, all of us have access to the benefits of STI. And we need to ensure that this is the case, including for vulnerable communities, because if progress excludes people, it is not good enough. As parliamentarians, it is our responsibility, therefore, to ensure that STI is not just accessible to all, but also that it is used in an ethical and sustainable manner. Therefore, let's look at what we can do as parliamentarians in order to promote this future that we yearn for. Firstly, we can invest in research and development. We need more knowledge through STI to address the challenges of the future. And this applies to areas such as health, clean energy, sustainable agriculture, education, or even tourism. We all know that's a very important sector for many countries, which contributes to development for peace. In addition, the economic sector of tourism employs many people. And therefore, all of these things can allow us to move towards a better future for all. I would like to give you an example of STI being used in industry. As we've already said, it can be an opportunity to get a better world. And I'd like to refer to what Spain did with regard to smart tourist destinations. We've got the first city that has been designated as such. And here we are able to provide benefits to attract more visitors, but also to ensure that the tourists have a better experience. because they understand that there is better use of resources while they are there, and also human and natural resources are being used well. In other words, the visit is then environmentally friendly, and this is a priority. Finally, dear colleagues, we think that smart tourism is not just good for the tourists, but it also boosts the economic and social balance at a local level. We do need to have investment in R&D. I've already stated that, because we need to have solid basis in STI knowledge. And at the same time, we also need to have a regulation. In other words, we need to regulate new technologies in order to ensure that their benefits help us, and at the same time that we address the risks. Of course, the best example here is AI. As we are seeing, AI is revolutionizing many areas and raising ethical questions and security issues, which we need to address urgently. We would also like to promote international cooperation. For example, climate change and pandemics know no borders. We've experienced this. Therefore, an exchange of STI knowledge between countries should be a priority. We should share both knowledge and resources. And as parliamentarians, we can foster international agreements to make good use of technologies. Finally, with regard to education and vocational training, we know that this is important for everybody, especially for new generations, to ensure that they are well prepared to reap the benefits of STI. As parliamentarians, we can pass legislation to ensure that what we're doing is inclusive and forward-looking, focusing particularly on STI and engineering. By way of conclusion, dear colleagues, STI are the pillars that we can build a more peaceful and secure future. But for this to be reality, we all need to work consistently. As legislators, it is our duty to create an environment in order to ensure that the progress can benefit everybody and at the same time protect our planet and promote peace. This is our responsibility, and therefore all of us should take this opportunity in order to ensure that we provide a decent future for the generations to come. Thank you.
Now we got our speaker from Gambia, Mr. SSK Nji. Please take the floor, followed by speaker from Angola.
Thank you. Your Excellency, Madam President, as we gather today for another crucial session to address a global imperative harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future, we are reminded of our collective responsibility. The theme aligns closely with Sustainable Development Goal 16, which aims to promote peaceful and inclusive societies, provide access to justice for all, and build effective, accountable institutions at all levels. At this juncture, my delegation and I express our profound gratitude to those who have stood firmly for the rights of women and girls during a pivotal moment in our nation's history. Earlier this year, a private member's bill sought to reverse the ban on female genital mutilation in the Gambia. This truly tested our resolve as a country. Throughout the process, we passionately ensured the bill was rejected to protect our girls and women from such practice. On that note, I would like to thank the leadership of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, particularly President Dr. Julia Axin and Secretary General Martin Chongen, for their unwavering support. Special recognition is also due to the United Nations system in the Gambia under the coordination of UNFPA country representative Madame Rose Sarr for their relentless advocacy and support during this time. I also extend heartfelt appreciation to our development partners coordinated through the United States Embassy under the leadership of Ambassador Saron Koroma, the World Bank, and to civil society organizations in the Gambia, largely led by Jaha Dukre of St. Hans for Girls. Most importantly, I express my deepest gratitude to His Excellency President Adama Barrow for his exemplary commitment to the protection and safety of women and girls in the Gambia. These collective efforts reaffirm our shared vision to eliminate harmful practices, protect human dignity, and foster a more equitable society for all. Madam President, our global challenges, from pandemics to climate change and cyber threats, transcends national borders. This is why international cooperation is critical for harnessing the full potential of STI. On the home front, the government of the Gambia, under the leadership of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, is committed to achieving universal access to electricity, aiming for 100% coverage by mid-2025. The 20-megawatt Jamhur solar power plant completed in 2023 is a landmark achievement in expanding our renewable energy capacity and reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The Gambia offers the world valuable lessons in community-based natural resource management and climate resilience. In 2017, the Gambia gained global recognition for being one of the few nations to meet its national climate goals under the Paris Agreement. This success stems from a proactive approach to environmental challenges, focusing on local climate adaptation solutions. One notable example is the Nema Choso project, co-financed by the International Forum for Agricultural Development and Government of the Gambia. By integrating STI, the project has boosted food security in rural areas, addressed climate change, and promote local food sufficiency mechanism. Our climate leadership continued with our second nationally determined contribution, NDC2, which outlines our commitment to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 49.7% by 2030, focusing on key sectors such as energy, waste management, and agriculture. By leveraging STI, the Gambia has adopted renewable energy solutions, including the 20-megawatt solar power plant under the Gambia Renewable Energy Program. Under the leadership of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, the government has also digitalized social protection systems, aligning with the global agenda to harness STI in achieving SDG 1, which aims to eradicate poverty. The Gambia Social Protection Single Registry, launched in 2021 with support from the World Bank, serves as a unified database identifying vulnerable households nationwide. This system ensures that key social protection programs such as cash transfers and entrepreneurial loans reach those most in need. On the international front, Madam President, His Excellency President Adama Barrow, being the chairman of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, has raised concerns over the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. In regions like the Sahel, where terrorist groups operate, and conflict-ridden areas of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Sudan, technology can play a decisive role in restoring peace. The global community must do more to harness STI for peace in these regions plagued by violence, resource competition, and political instability. We cannot discuss the future of peace and sustainability without addressing the grave injustices in Palestine. The ongoing carnage against the Palestinian people is not just a political issue, but a profound human rights crisis. The ceaseless bombings, forced displacement, and destruction of homes and health facilities result in the deaths of thousands, including innocent women and children. We call on the United Nations Security Council to end the politicization of the global body and to act within the ethos and values of its founding fathers. We urge the international community to adopt a unified resolution recognizing Palestine as a sovereign state under the two-state solution, in accordance with the previous UN resolution. Furthermore, if we truly care about a more peaceful and sustainable future, the United Nations Security Council dispensation requires urgent restructuring to include Africa and Middle East Asia. I call on both the African Union and the Arab League to jointly collaborate and seriously take up the issue of United Nations reform agenda of the Security Council to get permanent seat for both the Arab League and the AU. In conclusion, I would like to emphasize that a more peaceful and sustainable future hinges on how we harness STI. The Gambia's experience demonstrates that Even the smallest nation can yield these tools to foster peace, combat inequality, and drive sustainable development. It is the shared duty of all parliaments represented here today to ensure that STI becomes a force for good, building bridges and secure peaceful and prosperous future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gambia. Thank you. And now the speaker from Angola, Madam Valenti. Please take the floor, followed by Benin speaker.
Thank you very much. Bom dia a todos.
Thank you, Excellencies, speakers, MPs, members of the panel, all protocol observed. I'm very pleased to address again to this August Assembly on behalf of the Angolan delegation on an extremely important topic: the use of science, technology and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. Excellencies, we are living in difficult times in which global challenges require innovative scientific and technological solutions that can be mobilized to prevent conflicts and improve diplomacy between states and create a more peaceful, harmonious and sustainable future for us all. However, for this future to materialize, cooperation between nations based on knowledge sharing and technology transfer is indispensable. Angola is richly endowed with natural and cultural resources and faces challenges that require innovative and sustainable solutions. Yet, access to education, health, drinking water and guaranteed food security are issues that need to be tackled creatively and efficiently. It is in this context that science and technology can make all the difference. To this regard, the Angolan state has made significant efforts to promote scientific research, encourage the use of technology, and foster innovation in various areas, from health to education, from agriculture to environmental preservation. Ladies and gentlemen, as the backbone of the Angolan economy, agriculture can benefit enormously from technological innovations. By using intelligent and sustainable farming practices, we can not only increase production to ensure food safety, but also preserve our soils and water resources, promoting a more balanced rural development. Investment in renewable energies is vital. Angola has immense potential in solar, wind and hydroelectric energy. Diversifying the energy matrix will not only reduce dependencies, but also provide access to electricity for millions of Angolans who still live without this essential resource. Education is the basis for a bright future. The Republic of Angola is committed to promoting science, technology, engineering and math in schools. By investing in skills and training, we ensure that our young people are agents of change and innovation in their communities. However, the advance of technology and innovation brings challenges for ethical responsibility. Its irresponsible use, especially when there are many marginalized communities who are unlikely to have access to these achievements, creates other problems, many of which we are still trying to understand. Excellencies, the advent of artificial intelligence, for instance, has shown that most countries see a profound legal gap to manage these issues related to these new language models and their impact on the maintenance of democracy, human rights and the rule of law. At the 147th IPU Assembly, which took place in October 2023, The debate began on the challenges of artificial intelligence, and work began on a resolution to address this issue. Yet it also was made clear that these technologies can also contribute to an assault on democracies, and therefore it is of the utmost importance that one of the main aspects to be retained from these discussions is that the regulations to be approved by the members of Parliament must ensure digital education, must safeguard the balance between regulation and maintaining the stimulus to innovation, and, above all, a deeper dialogue between governments, companies and scientific institutions in the global north and in the global south, so as not to further intensify social inequality and the exclusion of marginalized groups. Now here, honourable members, parliamentarians will have a key role to play in their legislative and supervisory roles to ensure that legal frameworks and international agreements involve all stakeholders so that they can effectively protect their constituents at a speed that is closer to that of the technological development we see every day. In conclusion, I believe that if we integrate science, technology and innovation, we'll be building a path to a future where economic development does not rely on the uncontrolled exploitation of natural resources, and where peace is underpinned by social justice and the environmental protection. Together, these three forces create opportunities for everyone, regardless of location or social status, and offer the tools we need to tackle global challenges collaboratively, guaranteeing a more stable, safer, and more livable planet for present and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angola. And now, speaker from Benin, Mr. SJCC Apithai. Please take the floor. Followed by speaker from ECOWAS.
Monsieur le...
Thank you, sir. Mr. Presiding Officer, Speakers of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegation, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to take this opportunity to bring you warm greetings from the people of Benin and from Mr. Louis Benu Lawunu, the Speaker of the Benin National Assembly. He was kind enough to entrust me with the leadership of our parliamentary delegation to this International Assembly of World Parliamentarians. To choose the subject to harness science, technology, and innovation in the interests of a sustainable and lasting future as a debate theme is an indication of how important our august organization considers the way in which STI can help us ensure that we strengthen human rights. As I see it, this IPU initiative is part of efforts for us to build a better future for our nations in full respect for human rights. As you all know, STI is a vital factor, and it will enable us to fight against inequality. STI will ensure that we have more balanced societies. Scientific and technological developments are key to our national development. The African Union has a 2024 strategy with respect to STI. This area is at the very heart of social and economic development in Africa. Generally speaking, investment in science, technology, research and innovation is critical in Africa. Benin is proud to be part of a small group of countries that give prime place to STI. Let me give you some examples. Since 2016, the government of my country has a program of action which makes digitalization central to economic and social development. There's been major investment in this area. This shows that there's a great political will to ensure that we can develop our digital economy and make our country a regional platform with respect to digital services. And this will help us ensure a peaceful and sustainable future for our people. Apart from the significant investment in ensuring that we have internet throughout the country, particularly through the intelligent implementation of the implementation of intelligent administration, we also are using digital tools to ensure that we can improve the situation with respect to youth employment. We also have a legal and institutional framework, a digital code, and training and research institutes covering digital sciences. Along similar lines, in January 2023, the government adopted a national AI and mega data strategy, this covering the period 2023 to 27. This is a way of ensuring that we can make the best possible use of what AI has to offer in target areas like development. This in the interest of ensuring that we become a major player when it comes to AI in West Africa. Here you have a number of initiatives that we have taken in order to fight against youth unemployment. We are working in order to ensure that there is education available and that people can get information in good time. Mr. Presiding Officer, as representatives of our people, we really must ensure that we pay serious attention to science, technology, and innovation. And we can do this through legislation that promotes new technology in full respect for human rights. This in order to improve the quality of life of our people. In this respect, I would like to make an appeal. I would urge us all to take parliamentary initiatives that ensure that we have good vocational training and education, and work to ensure that we carry out research. The Parliament of Benin would support any IPU initiative along such lines. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Benin. And now, Speaker of the Parliament of ECOWAS, Madam M. Ibrahima. Please take the floor, followed by Vietnam.
Excellence,
Your Excellencies, Mr. Presiding Officer, Speakers of Parliaments, Mr. Secretary General, parliamentarians, guests. I bring you warm greetings from the people of West Africa. And on behalf of the delegation of the Parliament that it is my honor to represent, I would like to thank the IPU for having invited us to attend and for having so ably organized this 149th Assembly of our organization. And here we are in this beautiful and inspiring city. This assembly provides us with a valuable moment to strengthen our union and work for a better future. It is a pleasure for me to take the floor at this assembly, and this is a first for me as the Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. I am delighted to be able to participate in this debate on harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. This is a theme of great importance for West Africa. This is a region with rich in cultural diversity and natural resources. However, it has its problems with respect to security, political stability, or social and economic progress. We must all agree that STI are at the very heart of the significant changes the world is undergoing today. Remarkable and indeed unimaginable technological advances such as AI provide us with undoubtedly new ways of meeting the complex and interdependent challenges we face. Science and technology have many advantages. They can help us deal with climate difficulties. They can help us in the areas of education and training, as well as helping us manage public health issues through faster diagnosis, better treatment, and improved quality of life. From a political point of view, we can now take broad-scale initiatives and take larger-scale initiatives and ensure that our elections can also be better managed. Now, it is true that scientific change is to our advantage, but we have learned to be cautious. Indeed, Albert Einstein was an early one to warn us, saying that our technology has overtaken our humanity, to quote the man. We have to bear that in mind when we look at our scientific and technological advance and the challenges that we face. We have to bear in mind what the implications of innovation are. We have to ensure that what happens is entirely to our advantage. We have armies, terrorism, banditry, and growing polarization. All of this means that there is an increasing risk of conflict and widespread war. We have the threat of technological advance helping those who have ill intentions. We could well find ourselves overtaken by the development of weapons of mass destruction, including biological weapons. We must ensure that we have stability because that is vital to peace. I would urge that we all recognize that dialogue is vital to peace on Earth. Technological improvements or advances do not necessarily lead to loss of jobs. They can help with job creations So we have to think of an innovative way of ensuring that there is job creation so that we don't have technology leading to unemployment. We are at a key moment in the human story, and we have to ensure that we guide our approach to technological innovation and ensure that we head in the right direction. This 149th IPU Assembly provides us with a very good framework for cooperation and for careful consideration of the strategies that we must adopt in order to meet the challenges before us. We have a number of different legal frameworks that will help us to ensure that we can guide our people and humanity. We must recognize that there are risks inherent to technological development that runs out of control. We have to do what we can to prevent conflict and ensure that we have the conditions that we need in order to ensure that we can make good use of STI. Parliaments, be they national, regional, or international, have a role to play, and they must ensure that they provide a strategic framework for STI. Parliaments must organize briefing sessions. They must work with the scientific community. That way, they will have a way of ensuring there is balance and that there is a careful eye kept on them so that there is no poor or ill-intentioned use made of technological progress. It is my hope that our work leads to enhancing the dynamic approach of the IPU, which has a privileged role to play when it comes to ensuring international dialogue. We can all work together to ensure that the future benefits all of humanity. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Madam. Now, speaker from Vietnam, Mr. M.T. Ngoyen. Please take the floor, followed by Serbia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Distinguished delegates, while natural resources are limited and increasingly scarce, then scientists, technology, and innovation are boundless resources with infinite potential for development, which humanity can harness to meet our growing needs. Historically, revolutions in science and technology have profoundly influenced societal progress, allowing humankind to transcend numerous limitations and achieve tremendous accomplishments across the sectors of life. Today, world face numerous challenges such as conflict, climate change, depletion of natural resources, environmental pollution, natural disaster, and pandemics. In this context, science, technology, and innovation are key drivers for fostering peace and sustainable development, providing solutions to the urgent issue confronting humanity. Distinguished delegates, Vietnam highly values the application of science, technology, and innovation in socio-economic development. In recent years, we have made significant progress in areas such as renewable energy, smart agriculture, and digital technology. Policies supporting scientific research, technology transfer, and innovation startups have contributed to economic growth, addressing environmental challenges, creating jobs, and improving the quality of life. The National Assembly of Vietnam plays a critical role in establishing the legal framework to promote the development of science, technology, and innovation. We have approved many laws aimed at accelerating digital transformation, green growth, and climate change adaptation. The National Assembly is committed to ensuring that the achievement of science and technology serve social progress, focusing on humanity, liberation, and comprehensive development. Our goal is to continuously improve the lives and well-being of the people, ensuring their happiness, securing the future for generations to come. Scientific achievement should foster cooperation and not become the tools used against nations or contradict the aspiration for the peace, development, justice, and fairness of all people. We believe that through international cooperation and joint effort, science and technology will become powerful tools for building a peaceful, sustainable world for all. In that spirit, Vietnamese delegation urged parliaments and Inter-Parliamentary Union to work together in the following ways. Firstly, promote the role of science, technology, and innovation. We call on parliaments to encourage policy that ensure all members of society, particularly women, children, and vulnerable groups, benefit from the advancement of science and technology. We should prioritize investment in research, development, and the application of new technology in sectors such as renewable energy, education, healthcare, sustainable agriculture, digital transformation, and green transition. Reducing the technological gap between the nation and communities will help address inequality. Secondly, strengthen international cooperation. There should be increased collaboration in technology transfer, knowledge sharing, and experience exchange with a focus on developing countries. Scientific and technological advancement must go hand in hand with respect of cultural value, human rights, and biodiversity. The IPU and member parliaments should establish mechanisms to support access to and the application of new technology, contributing to a prosperous and sustainable society. Finally, foster public-private partnership. Cooperation between the nation and the private sector is essential for enhancing capacity to address global issues such as climate change, natural disaster, and pandemics. This effort must ensure all people, especially vulnerable groups, benefit from this development. Vietnam looks forward to strengthening cooperation with IPU member parliaments in the field of science, technology, and innovation to collectively promote a peaceful, sustainable, and prosperous world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vietnam. Thank you. Now, speaker from Serbia, Madam S. Panovic. Please take the floor, followed by Republic of Korea.
Thank you. Poštovani
Dear Mr. Chair, honorable colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we gather today at a critical time where the role of science, technology, and innovation in shaping a more peaceful and sustainable future cannot be overstated. As members of the IPU, we are tasked with driving this change on a global scale. The challenges of our time, climate change, inequality and conflicts, demand solutions that are bold, coordinated and, most importantly, sustainable. It is through our shared commitment to science and technology that we can make this future a reality. For Serbia, harnessing the power of science has been a cornerstone of our national development strategy. Serbia has significantly invested in development of the ICT sector, which has grown its exports from 375 million euros in 2012 to over 4 billion euros that is expected this year. The number of people employed in this sector has doubled to almost 115,000, making it the fastest growing sector. In 2019, Serbia has become the first country in Southeast Europe to adopt a national artificial intelligence strategy, signaling our commitment to technological innovation. We have also introduced AI into elementary and high school curricula in 2021, ensuring that future generations are equipped with the skills necessary to navigate and shape a technology-driven world. Serbia was one of only 11 countries in the world in 2021 to have AI in schools curricula. These efforts demonstrate that our approach to innovation is not just about economic progress, but about building a society where technology serves humanity. In this era, technology knows no borders. It allows us to communicate, collaborate, and solve problems together, regardless of geographical boundaries. Innovation is becoming an essential tool for fostering peace and stability. For example, AI technologies are being used globally to prevent conflicts, with applications ranging from early warning systems for natural disasters to tools that foster dialogue and understanding. Serbia is proud to be part of this global effort, recognizing that shared technological advancements are vital to global peace building. True peace, however, is inextricably linked to sustainability. Serbia is actively working to promote clean energy and reduce its carbon footprint. At the same time as we advance in our use of technologies like AI, we must do so responsibly. In 2023, Serbia adopted ethical guidelines for AI, ensuring that the development and application of artificial intelligence respect human rights and fairness. This aligns us with global efforts to ensure that technology benefits everyone, leaving no one behind. Ethical technology is key to maintaining trust and equity as we move into a future increasingly shaped by innovation. However, the challenges we face cannot be solved by any one nation alone. Global cooperation is critical, and Serbia is actively contributing to international frameworks designed to harness the potential of technology for good. We joined the Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence in 2022, and we are honored to have been elected as the chair for 2025. This reflects our commitment to responsible AI governance and our determination to ensure that these technologies serve as forces for peace, sustainability, and prosperity worldwide. Looking ahead, science and technology is not just a tool for economic development. It is the foundation for a future where peace and sustainability are within our grasp. The IPU, as a unique platform for global cooperation, plays a pivotal role in advancing these goals. Together, through collaboration, we can harness the power of innovation to address the most pressing challenges of our times. Serbia stands ready to do its part, and I invite all of you to join us in this mission. Together, through the IPU and beyond, we can make this vision of peace and sustainability a reality for generations to come. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Serbia. Thank you. Now the speaker from Republic of Korea, Mr. I.Y. Lee. Please take the floor, followed by Japan.
Honorable delegates, it makes me extremely proud to start my statement with the recent news that the South Korean writer Han Gang won the 2024 Nobel Prize in Literature, becoming the first writer to win the honor. I believe that it will be an important milestone for us Koreans to share the depth and diversity of Korean literature. I have brought two of her books, Human Acts and We Do Not Part. Now let me start my statement. At the outset, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to President Lee Ak-sun and Secretary General Martin Chung-go and the IPU Secretariat for the successful organization of the Assembly. The rapid advancement of science and technology has ushered in the era of the fourth industrial revolution, driven by artificial intelligence and big data. These innovations are redefining the very fabric of our lives in entirely new ways. Digital transformation is no longer limited to economic and financial sectors such as business transactions, trade, and payment systems. It has expanded into healthcare, education, politics, and public administration. By transcending physical boundaries, it is fundamentally transforming the way we work and live. Our daily lives and production methods are also being transformed by digital technology, with the emergence of smart cities, smart factories, and smart farms. In particular, artificial intelligence is now entering areas traditionally regarded as human domains, such as decision-making and value judgment. The pace of AI development is so rapid that it is often difficult to keep up. For example, in 2020, an AI-generated painting won the first prize at the Colorado State Fair's annual art competition. This case demonstrates that AI is capable of entering the realm of artificial inspiration. As our imaginations become reality, our expectations for the future grow as well. The remarkable growth in science and technology has the potential to improve the quality of life, address challenges such as economic slowdowns and climate change. However, it also brings certain risks. As we all aware, unequal access to intelligent information technology and disparities in the ability to use it can exacerbate economic and social inequality and discrimination. The rapid development of AI also poses threats such as violation of fundamental rights, spread of bias and misinformation, infringement of privacy and copyrights, and the risk of technological unemployment. Moreover, the technological divide between countries may widen as countries like advanced countries lead in the development, deployment, and use of AI technology. As digital technology becomes increasingly integrated into our daily lives, it is crucial to establish the foundation for social cohesion and sustainable development. This includes preventing and addressing the digital divide, ensuring that all members of society can access and benefit from digital technology without the marginalization or discrimination. The National Assembly of the Korean National Assembly has established a robust legal framework to promote science, technology, and innovation, while safeguarding businesses and individuals against potential negative impacts. Examples of these public legal frameworks including the E-Government Act, the Electronic Financial Transaction Act, and the Framework Act on the Promotion of Digital-Based Distance Education.
We are currently considering 11 AI framework bills, including the AI Industry Promotion and Trust Building Act, to support responsible AI development and safeguard people's rights and dignity. 2 more bills on digital inclusion are also under consideration to guarantee that everyone can access and benefit from digital technologies without discrimination or exclusion. At the government level, the ICT Strategy Commission under the Prime Minister adopted the Digital Inclusion Strategy in June 2020 to strengthen digital capacities for everyone and creating an inclusive digital environment. We also participated and we also committed to ensuring that women, youth, and other vulnerable groups equally share the benefits of technological innovation. We are implementing programs including free STEM education for low-income families, support for women scientists, digital job training for marginalized groups, and STI talent development programs for the youth. We are also actively involved in reducing the digital gap between countries through our ODA programs. education for public and private institutions is one of our priorities, and our technical and vocational education and training programs have been shared as the best practices in several countries across Asia, the Middle East, and Latin America, contributing to the UN SDG number 4 and A. However, there's still a long way to go. We need to ensure that the benefits of the STI should be distributed, and we need your support and attention. And the National Assembly would like to establish network and cooperation with other national parliaments here, and also we would like to reflect all voices of our society can be represented in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you to the Republic of Korea. And now, Japan, Mr. Ayushi, please take the floor, followed by Somalia.
I am Akira Yoshi, delegation member from the Japanese Diet and a member of the House of Councillors. Japan is currently working towards Society 5.0, a vision of a future society that aims to attain both economic development and solutions to social challenges through the advanced fusion of cyber and physical space, and to create a human-centered society, but also promote the well-being of each and every citizen, and ultimately, a society where no one is left behind. I was born in Kyoto and have served as a member of the Kyoto City Assembly for 15 years. Tourism is one of Kyoto's core industries, and while the promotion of tourism is important, the city also faces challenges unique to regional areas in Japan, such as over-tourism, declining population, and aging society with low birth rate. To solve these issues, we believe it necessary to utilize science, technology, and innovation, STI, such as AI and digital technologies, to realize smart cities that rectify regional disparities. For example, in mountainous areas and inland isolated islands, it is a challenge to secure means of transport for local residents, especially the elderly who do not own cars. In the National Diet, we have been advocating to the government the need for policies to protect local infrastructure and enhance the sustainability of communities by, for example, the incorporation of autonomous driving technology into public transport. We are continuously monitoring the progress. In recent years, there has been much discussion about whether ride-sharing should be introduced in our country. While the use of apps to match vehicles and passengers can alleviate over-tourism and eliminate transport inconvenient pockets, the introduction in crowded tourist areas could worsen traffic congestion and disrupt the lives of local residents. We have raised this issue with the government in the parliament as something that requires further debate. While verifying the effectiveness of policies in parliament for policies that utilize science, technology, and innovation in a region, it is essential that we take into consideration of each regional situation and formulate plans and implement initiatives based on consultations among stakeholders, including residents. By discussing, exchanging opinions, and sharing knowledge with parliamentarians around the world at this IPU assembly, I hope to find a beacon to lead my future legislative activities and to send out messages for a better future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Japan. Next, Somalia, Mr. A. Abshir, please take the floor, followed by Finland.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning to you all. Secretariat of the IPU, speakers, deputy speakers, members of parliament, dear honorable delegates and distinguished guests. As we gather at the 140th Inter-Parliamentary Union Assembly, we stand at a critical juncture in our shared journey toward a more peaceful and sustainable future. The challenges we face, climate change, inequality, and conflict, demand not just our attention, but our collective action. Today, we explore the pivotal roles that science, technology, and innovation, STI, play in this endeavor. Throughout history, STI has been a catalyst for transformation from the advancements in renewable energy technologies to breakthroughs in many sectors. We have witnessed the power of innovation to uplift societies, bridge divides, and enhance our resilience against adversity. Yet, we must recognize that the benefits of STI are not universally accessible. Inequities in technology adoption and scientific research persist, often leaving the most vulnerable behind. Dear honorable guests and delegates, to harness STI effectively, we must prioritize inclusivity and equity. This means ensuring that marginalized communities have access to technology and the tools necessary for participation in the digital economy. We must invest in education that fosters critical thinking and innovation from the ground up, empowering the next generation of thinkers and creators and leaders. Moreover, collaboration is essential. IPU member states must work together to share knowledge, resources, and best practices. International partnerships can accelerate progress in areas such as climate resilience, public health, and sustainable development goals. Let us leverage platforms like the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals to foster a global commitment to innovation that prioritizes the well-being of all humanity. Additionally, we must confront the ethical dimensions of our technological advancements. As we develop new tools, from artificial intelligence to biotechnology, we must ensure that these innovations are guided by principles of justice, equity, and sustainability. We cannot allow the race for technological advancements to compromise our values or exacerbate existing disparities. In this era of rapid change, we must also advocate for policies that support research and development, particularly in fields that address pressing global challenges. By promoting public-private partnerships and supporting scientific inquiry, we can catalyze innovation that not only drives economic growth, but also enhances social cohesion and environmental sustainability. More importantly, let us remember that the ultimate goal of harnessing STI is not merely to advance technology for its sake, but to create a world where peace and sustainability are within reach for all. As we move forward, let us commit a future where science and innovation serve as tools for justice, equity, and lasting peace. One of the key drivers of this growth that has been rapid expansion of Somalia's information and communication technology ICT sector is a real example of EVC Plus which is a revolutionary mobile money platform developed by Hormuz Telecom of Somalia, in a country where conventional banking services remain limited. This platform, EFC Plus, has transformed the financial landscape, providing millions of Somalis with access to secure, reliable, and instant financial services. It has empowered small businesses, facilitated trade, and enabled greater economic participation across both urban and rural areas. But Somalia's digital revolutionary does not end with financial services. We are witnessing the transformative impact of technology in governance. Digital platforms are improving transparency and accountability, allowing our government to engage with citizens in more direct and effective ways. Through these advancements, Somalia is rebuilding trust in institutions, ensuring that our progress is rooted in the principles of good governance and inclusivity. Technology, however, is not. Let us commit to a future where we harness the promise of science, technology, and innovation for the greater good.
Somalia, please conclude.
Thank you to all. Thank you to all.
Thank you, Somalia. Thank you. And now Finland, Speaker A. Koponen. Please take the floor, followed by East African Legislative Assembly, ELA representative. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, fellow parliamentarians, the world around is constantly changing and evolving, and we cannot stand still hoping things will remain same forever. It is a human nature to seek solutions for a better and easier life. This has been the case for civilization for millennia, from early hunters who domesticated dogs for hunting to the Industrial Revolution and now the modern knowledge-based economies, where the collection of information and computing power are key. Countless scientific innovations have improved our quality of life by eradicating diseases, increasing food production efficiently, and speeding up long-distance travel. The pace of progress is only accelerating at this very moment. All of this may sound wonderful at first. However, many innovations and developments have also brought significant challenges. Digitalization, for instance, presents major challenges and significant changes to daily life in many countries. How do we ensure we don't become complicated, and how do we maintain our ability to work in an increasingly passive environment? How do we care for the environment when the demand for raw materials keeps growing? Despite these challenges, I aim to stay positive and see potential solutions in science, technology, and innovations. For example, energy production, there are shifts underway from fossil fuels to renewable energy sources. This includes the electrification of transportation, which I personally support by driving an electric car. In addition to the electric vehicles, gas-powered cars should remain part of this progress, and this is why international combustion engine technology and technological innovation methods. This approach is already in use, and the possibilities for the reducing emissions in the steel industry are enormous. My beloved homeland, Finland, is doing a great job in developing these technologies. Finland has recently committed to the ambitious goals and exploring ways to increase R&D finance in the long term. As a small and open economy, Finland focuses on comprehensiveness by investing and research and the development to promote sustainable growth. A prime example of this, the Kvarken region, where both Finland and Sweden have made significant investments in a clean transportation. The Vaasa energy cluster exports energy technology that promotes electrification, emissions reduction and energy savings globally. Ladies and gentlemen, the level of science, technology and innovation often goes hand in hand with the accumulation and capital education. In other words, the fosters new innovations and developments in science and technology, we need new ideas and investments. However, I'm optimistic that with the determination, any country can be part of this progress. Let me use an example from our home country, Finland. Immediately after World War II, we were a poor rural country with limited opportunities to attract significant investments. But with the little money we had, we invest in education, aiming to provide every child with a high-quality education. We also introduced free school meals early on, as well as tuition-free higher education. Today, Finland is one of the most developed economies in the world, one of the least corrupt countries globally, the only country to have achieved 100 points in the Global Freedom Status Index, and has been ranked the happiest country in the world for the 7th year in a row. So yes, I believe it is possible to close what seems to be endless development gaps. But for this to happen, the stable society which the build is needed. Each one of us policymakers can influence this in our own countries. Finally, a few words on artificial intelligence. I'm confident that the AI usage will increase and the opportunities it offers are vast. However, it is not the solution to everything. A combination of AI and human expertise is the best way to harness AI's potential. Our role as parliamentarians is to provide a legal framework for AI use. Furthermore, transparency is necessary regarding how AI systems operate, and all this must be under a supervision of public authorities. Dear colleagues, development is not a zero-sum game. One country's positive progress do not take away from other. On the contrary, it creates more opportunity for all of us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Philan. Thank you. Now the speaker from ELA, East African Legislative Assembly, Mr. J. Ntikaru Timana. Please take the floor. Followed by Burkina Faso.
Speakers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity to address this esteemed assembly and extend warm greetings from the East African Legislative Assembly to you all. The theme of this 149th IPU focuses on the profound impact of science, technology, and innovation, STI, on our world, and underscores its essential role in fostering a more peaceful, sustainable, and equitable world, which emphasizes everyone's right to partake in scientific progress and its benefits. The East African community aspires to be a world leader in this respect and has gone ahead to establish specialized centers of excellence to harness its credentials. It has established the East African Science and Technology Commission, the East African Health Research Commission, the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, the East African Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, all aimed at promoting scientific knowledge, research, innovation, and development. The work of these specialized institutions are shared with leading world bodies and other national bodies in EAC partner states because they seek to mitigate challenges that affect our everyday living. Further, in Africa, our parliament have recognized the importance of digital transformation. We are actively working to bridge the gap between our institutions and the people we serve. We have implemented various initiatives to enhance public engagement, to improve transparency, and increase accountability. However, we are also aware of the challenges that lie ahead, particularly in terms of resource allocation, gender disparity, capacity building, including dual-use technologies, the global technology divide, regulatory lag, data privacy concerns, rising inequalities, and cybersecurity. We therefore pay great attention to emerging technologies, data sharing, data effects, local content and standardizations, social media, and virtual representation, among others. We are also in the process of leveraging digital tools to streamline the legislative process. And in the oversight role, in the near future, we strive to use technologies such as data analytics and artificial intelligence to help monitoring parliamentary activities more efficiently. On transparency, IALA is keen to promote this as a key to achieve accountability. However, to realize best results, we also seek to promote efficiency and cost effectiveness in what we set out to do. As I conclude, it's crucial for us to collaborate internationally, promoting equitable access to benefits of STI. Our regulatory frameworks must remain adaptable to the rapidly evolving technology landscape. We must continue to play a pivotal role in fostering a safe and inclusive environment in which technology supports rather than undermine human rights, and also to ensure inclusivity and diversity by broadening access to STI careers, particularly for women and youth, so that they can engage in these fields meaningfully. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is our opportunity as parliamentarians to shape a peaceful, sustainable, and just world for future generations. I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ella. Thank you. The representative of Burkina Faso, Mr. Diallo, please take the floor, and followed by Cabo Verde. Thank you.
Mesdames et Messieurs les Présidents.
Ladies and gentlemen, speakers of parliament, parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to bring you the greetings of the Speaker of the Transitional Legislative Assembly of Burkina Faso. The Speaker invited me to take this opportunity to thank the IPU for having organized a training seminar this year for parliamentarians and their staff in our assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now at a time when the international community is facing a multi-dimensional crisis involving the environment as well as food security and the rest. To have a debate on harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future means that we're being invited to work together to ensure that we bring about a world of peace and security for ourselves and future generations. Science, technology, and sustainable development are the challenges that we must meet. The peoples of the world, and in particular African people, have to deal with the downside of these evolutions. Science and technology have indeed enabled us to solve a number of problems. The innovations that we would point to would involve particularly health progress that has been made. However, scientific and technological improvements can pose problems and can have adverse effects. We only need to consider the use of AI leading to drones that are beyond any human control whatsoever, or the genetical modifications that are leading to difficulties for humanity. The work being done by the IPU and this debate raise a number of issues. We have to think about what science and technology are actually for, and how can we use ST&I for peaceful purposes, particularly if those who fund research don't have those good intentions in mind. How can we harness science and technology for peace if people are working against those ambitions? We have to realize that the most powerful have used STI in order to intervene in the affairs of less powerful states. What can we do given that the world is facing such difficulties? What can we do with STI in order to make sure that our people actually benefit? We have to really consider what it is that we can do, hoping for compassion and peace in mankind. It seems clear that STI right now seems to serve the purposes of the most powerful and is harnessed for economic dominance. We can only say that nowadays that there is a focus on terrorizing and destabilizing the weakest of states, and that is what the powerful are working for. How can we have sustainable development if we see on a daily basis that people are working against those goals? We all know exactly what needs to be done with respect to our scientific assets in order to ensure the world is a better place. We need to ensure that everything is available to all people. We must not have assets put to bad use. We have to ensure that everything is done to benefit mankind, and we have to ensure that we remain in control of all of our advances. Otherwise, there will be no security, no peace, let alone sustainable development. We must ensure that we actually make sure that we act according to the principles we agree. We have to ensure that we are in a world where we are all brothers and sisters and we are not enemies. We have to ensure that life is respected, treasured, and assisted. I would therefore appeal on behalf of the Speaker of the Transitional Assembly of Burkina Faso that we take brave decisions in the course of our assembly. We must ensure that we lay the foundations for sustainable development in the interest of peace and sustainable development through science and technology. Colleagues, fellow parliamentarians, in conclusion, I would like to say how much we welcome the efforts being made by the IPU and its partners to ensure that there is more dialogue rather than war, a world of life and not death, of love and not hatred. We must ensure that we show that this is everyone's house, and solving the world's problems lies at the very heart of its mandate. We parliamentarians from around the world must work together in order to ensure that our resolutions and recommendations allow for genuine progress to be made when it comes to reasonable use of STI. I hope that this assembly is a successful one. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. Now, the speaker from Cabo Verde, Mr. A. Tavares Correa. Please take the floor, followed by Estonia.
Your Excellencies, Chair, Secretary General, Speakers of Parliament, dear parliamentarians, and dear guests. On behalf of the Cape Verdean Parliament and on my own behalf, I greet all those present and I congratulate the organizers of this 149th General Assembly of IPU for the happy idea of choosing the theme of the general debate, harnessing science, technology and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. Given its importance for the present and future of humanity, this initiative is a further unequivocal proof that the IPU is committed to the sustainable development of nations, and in order to achieve the search for better ways of utilizing the resources that are placed at our disposal at every moment. Excellencies, technology may be an ally in the development of our societies if we associate it not only to the development of our economies, companies, businesses, but also apply it to the field of security, allocating it to the surveillance of our land, sea, and air territories. Technology is also helping us keep a close eye on natural phenomena, particularly at a time when global warming is causing imbalances in various geographical contexts. On one hand, we find territories shaken by deluges of rain that kill people, sweeping away their possessions and invading their homes. In other parts of the world, at the same time, there are severe droughts that decimate populations, crops, and animals. We also find other territories invaded by wildfires that are often beyond the national capacity to deal with. The reality of the world is a mosaic of contrasts that threatens our security. In either case, there is always the possibility of using technology to increase our effectiveness, both in terms of prevention and in terms of resolving these adversities. One can say that these challenges require constant improvement of the technologies applied to the monitoring of climate and nature phenomena. One cannot ignore that we today live in an era marked by extraordinary technological advances. Science and innovation are rapidly transforming the world we live in, offering solutions to global challenges such as climate change, health, and sustainable development. However, it is undeniable that technological progress also brings with it risks such as growing inequality, technological unemployment, and data privacy issues. These problems are also threatening global peace. Neither the life of institutions nor the private lives of citizens are safe. The academia is already talking about a new colonization, data colonization. Now we have to be very careful not to leave citizens in a fragile position as mere instruments in the hands of large global technology companies, which build fortunes by commercializing the citizens' personal data. It is up to us, parliamentarians, to ensure that these advances serve to create a fairer, more inclusive and peaceful world. SDG number 9, which focuses on innovation and infrastructure, and SDG number 17, which encourages partnerships, are especially relevant in this context. It is our responsibility to ensure that the benefits of science, technology, and innovation reach all segments of society, in particular women, the young people, and the vulnerable groups, as highlighted in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We must recognize that inequality in access to science, technology, and innovation is still a reality, especially between the North and Global South. To overcome this divide, it is vital to promote investment in science and technology in developing countries, supporting initiatives that boost local research and innovation. Only this way can we mitigate the brain drain phenomena and create an environment in which scientific talent can flourish in all nations. Excellencies, another crucial aspect is the agile and effective regulation of new technologies. We know that the pace of progress often outstrips the ability of regulatory frameworks to adapt. Artificial intelligence, for instance, holds great promise, but it also raises concerns about privacy, unemployment, and the misuse of data. It is our duty to legislate preventively, ensuring that technological innovation is an instrument for peace and human development, and not a source of exclusion or violence. Let me emphasize the importance of including all social actors in this process, from scientists to researchers, from governments to private sector and civil society. Dialogue and cooperation are essential if we are to harness the transformative potential of STI in an ethical and balanced way. The Charter on the Ethics of Science and Technology is an example, an excellent example, how we can approach these issues with a clear commitment to putting human beings at the center of policy making. Finally, science and technology must be seen as powerful tools for building peace. In Cape Verde, we are aware that scientific cooperation and the exchange of knowledge are crucial to preventing conflicts and promoting sustainable development. In this sense, projects such as Science for Peace in Schools are essential for turning differences into opportunities for dialogue and cooperation. The future is in our hands. By harnessing science, technology, and innovation in a conscious and inclusive way, we not only meet today's challenges, but we build a fairer, safer, and more sustainable world for generations to come. And Cape Verde will not be left out of this fight and search for solutions to this ongoing challenge. Let's take care of our society by developing policies that put technology at the service of peace and development. It is worth humanizing technology, in order to serve humanity even better. In the Global South, in Africa and the Cape Verde Islands, we have to increase the interconnection of technology with social, economic, and political processes, all without losing sight of the soul of our existence. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cabo Verde. And now to Estonia, Madam M. Lori, please take the floor, followed by Estonia. Tanzania, sorry. Yeah, that's right.
Distinguished Chair, dear colleagues, honorable hosts. Estonia is a firm believer of integrating science, technology, and innovation into everyday life. The digital society has been seemingly integrated into Estonia's daily life, becoming both a hallmark of our international success and driver of economic growth. With its modern system of e-governance and widely priced digital services like e-voting and online tax returns, Estonia proves that setting high goals and being persistent can bring superior results. Of course, we want more and technology advances. Hence, we are developing new systems and servicing, upgrading the old ones, and looking carefully and learning from other countries. We, as politicians, play a crucial role in bringing the state closer to our citizens. If they are spending more time on the internet, then the public sector should use the possibilities. The digital public sector not only enhances transparency and accountability, but also makes political process more accessible and inclusive, leading to policies that better reflect the needs of citizens. Estonia is the first country to use e-voting for all elections. It increases the participation rates in the groups which are with high mobility rates like young and professionals, but also those who with low mobility possibilities like pensioners or disabled. Naturally, innovation and use of new technologies does not come without risks. We are continuously adapting the latest technology to the services of our free societies, supporting democracies and educate our people regardless of their age to successfully tackle contemporary challenges. We should acknowledge that by doing so, our countries will become more resilient against hostile actors in the area of hybrid warfare, as well as better prepared to face various risks. Information warfare has become an almost integral part of our lives. Attacks on democracy are not only getting more frequent, but also more exhaustive. Evidence-based information is constantly being challenged by artificially generated materials, and we must be aware to not fall into its traps. Deepfake, thoroughly created IA photos and videos of people and places we know, including politicians and world leaders, is here to stay, and it is our duty as a society to tackle it. We need to improve our media information literacy, understand the importance of cyber hygiene, recognize threats, false information and manipulation. Media literacy is crucial in a democratic system since the public opinion is often shaped by media narratives. This is where we all are very vulnerable to information warfare. Fake news often exploits existing societal divides, intensifying polarization and increasing instability between communities. Specific groups, young and women particularly, are often targeted to frighten and silence them. We see increasingly that fraudsters and those aiming to undermine civil societies and democracy are working globally. Hence, the most effective way is work together. Fortunately, there are innumerable good practices to tackle these challenges. In Estonia, perhaps one of the most effective measures has been restricting the disinformation narratives. Since February 22, Estonia has restricted access to 53 Russian TV channels and 307 websites that are agitating for war. To ensure that local speakers could access faithful information of their interest, we have supported independent Estonian media outlets in creating and enhancing content in Russian language. Additionally, our government, media and NGOs cooperate to expose influence, origins, activities, methods, to offer factual information and hence societal resilience. Our different kinds of services, including international security service, intelligence services, information system authority, are publishing annual reviews and, if possible, openly communicate on influence operations targeting Estonian society. Similarly, NGOs and media outlets do regular research on disinformation and raise public awareness on media literacy. We have several regular fact-checking teams exposing deliberate disinformation and potential foreign influence on specific campaigns. This information is not only a challenge for Estonia, but for all of us in a democratic world. It is not only a threat to our security and stability, but our dignity and humanity as a whole. We cannot afford to ignore it, to tolerate it. However, we should not let it to stop from creating more accessible and engaging public sector and digital spaces. Let us commit to digital future and ensure we acquire the skills necessary to minimize the threats and increase the political participation of all our citizens. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much to Estonia, and best regards from your new chair. I'm Volkmar Klein, and regards from Germany. And our next speaker is from Tanzania, Mr. Magama, followed by Denmark.
Mr. Chair, Tanzania, with its rich natural resources and diverse ecosystems, faces both opportunities and challenges in harnessing science, technology, and innovations for sustainable development. This brief presentation attempts to discuss such opportunities and challenges in view of promoting peace and sustainable future as follows. First, renewable energy technologies. The deployment of renewable energy technologies has significantly increased in the world over the past decade. In 2023, renewable energy sources, including solar, wind, and hydro, accounted for approximately 29% of global electricity generation. Up to 2023, Tanzanians installed renewable energy capacity exceeded 2,115 megawatts from hydroelectric power and 50 megawatts from solar energy. The government of Tanzania has set ambitious targets to significantly increase renewable energy in the country. Second, technological innovations in healthcare. Healthcare innovations have drastically improved disease prevention and treatment. Telemedicine, for instance, has expanded access to healthcare services, particularly in remote areas. According to Market Research Future 2024, in 2023, the global telemedicine market was valued at $83 billion, with projections indicating it will reach $155 billion by 2027. In Tanzania, the introduction of mobile health technologies has expanded access to healthcare services, and according to Tanzania Ministry of Health, mobile health initiatives have facilitated over 50 million consultations through mobile platforms, significantly improving access to healthcare in underserved regions. Third, science, technology, innovations, and economic development. Science, technology, and innovation drives economic growth by fostering innovation and business by improving efficiency and performance. The World Bank reports that young countries investing heavily in digital technologies such as automation and artificial intelligence experience higher productivity growth. Moreover, emerging technologies create new job opportunities. The World Economic Forum reports that sectors such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, and renewable energy are expected to create 7 million new jobs globally by 2025. This job growth contributes to economic stability and reduces unemployment. In Tanzania, SDI has played a significant role in fostering regional cooperation. Tanzania, as part of the East African community, has engaged in joint research initiatives on shared natural resources and environmental management. the Lake Victoria Environmental Management Project involving Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya has focused on sustainable fisheries management and pollution control. Challenges, recommendations, and conclusions. Major challenges that come along with the advancement in science, technology, and innovations include ethical and environmental issues, limited and uneven access of the technology, especially by remote rural communities, organizational and institutional resistance to adopting the new technologies, and insufficient investment. While challenges remain, the potential benefits of STI in creating a more harmonious and resilient world are substantial. Continued investment in STI, combined with thoughtful policy and regulations, will be key to realizing these benefits and building a sustainable future for all. To truly harness these advancements for the greater good, we must ensure they are deployed in ways that promote equity, inclusivity, and environmental stewardship. The IPU's role in these endeavors is therefore crucial. By fostering collaboration among nations and stakeholders, we can facilitate the exchange of best practices, support policies that encourage responsible innovations, and address disparities in access to technology. As parliamentarians, we understand the critical role that policy and governance play in translating scientific and technological advances into tangible benefits for our societies. Our collective efforts can pave the way for a future where science and technology are not only drivers of economic and social progress, but also pillars of peace and sustainability. Merci, obrigado, gracia, asante sana. Thank you for listening, and I beg to submit.
Thank you very much, Tanzania. The next speaker is Mr. Skriver from Denmark, followed by Tonga.
Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to speak. When I attended my first IPU assembly almost 2 years ago, I was very excited about what I was getting into. I saw great potential in having a dialogue with each other across the world. I believe that as long as we can talk with each other, as long as we can have a good, trust-based and constructive dialogue, we can make the world a slightly better place. That must be our most important task as politicians. I'm sure that all of you, colleagues from around the world, work in your national parliaments and the IPU with that purpose in mind. In Denmark, we have a broad coalition government with different interests, and our IPU delegation is also broadly represented. But we have a common goal. We all want to promote dialogue and find common solutions despite our differences. There are many challenges facing the world today. One of them is the speedy technological development. In some ways, it is a bit paradoxical because the development has given us incredible opportunities. Just think about how much could actually function and stay connected during the corona pandemic thanks to new technology. Denmark is among the most digitalized countries in the world, and we benefit a lot from technology. For instance, in the healthcare system, which can provide security for the elderly, among other things. However, it is only a sensible use of technology that can pave the way forward. I see some worrying trends out there for something that I think we all find important here, namely our democracy. When technology is used to plant misinformation and disinformation in our population, it is worrisome and dangerous because it creates division within our societies. It undermines trust in our political institutions. Therefore, we all have a huge responsibility to use new technology with great care. We have a responsibility to ensure that our populations can trust the information that comes out. Similarly, it is important that we set clear rules and requirements for the defense forces' use of new technology. Technology should be used to build bridges, make connections, and link us together, not in a regime's fight to defeat a political opponent. On this point, I must unfortunately say that the world today leaves much to be desired. That is why I mentioned it here at the Assembly today, because we have the opportunity now to do something about it. We can act, and we have a responsibility to act. And it is by our actions that we can make a difference. It is in our actions that the population make their judgment. When we agree on something in the IPU, then we have to stick to our common decision. This counts for all of us, for you, for me, and for our president, Mrs. Axom. I have not been happy to see our president speaking to the Russian president the way it took place. We still don't know if our president referred to the relevant IPU resolutions on Ukraine. That is a pity. I started by saying that I was excited to join the IPU, and I will conclude by saying that I find our forum of great value, because we can exchange ideas and thoughts, because we can talk to each other. If we can succeed in our cooperation, then we can ensure a world that really is making progress, leaving no one behind. When I look at the international conflicts that take place right now and how the new technology is being used, I become concerned that the development is going in the wrong direction. In this way, we will not pass on a better world to the next generations. Therefore, I hope and I will work for a better way forward, because the opportunities are great, but they can also be misused. Let us work together on this. Let that be my concluding message today. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much to Denmark. The next speaker is Mr. Fakafanua from Tonga, followed by Montenegro.
Chair, speakers and presiding officers, members of parliament, distinguished delegates, I bring warm greetings from the Kingdom of Tonga and the Legislative Assembly. It is an honor to contribute to this crucial debate, particularly in addressing the concerns already shared by many remote Pacific islands. We're separated by larger and more technologically advanced countries, which presents unique challenges. Fellow delegates, we live in a time of unprecedented technological change. Discoveries brought about by the Fourth Industrial Revolution are disrupting the global economies and transforming countries, institutions, industries, and individuals' lives. The potential of technology to power progress is enormous. It is our job as policymakers and legislators to use science, technology, and innovation to chart a course towards more sustainability, prosperity, and peace. The issue then for us small island developing nations is the availability of science and technology through technological transfers and capital infrastructure investments. Digital technologies have impacted financial markets, public finance, and development pathways through the spread of cloud computing, blockchain, big data, and artificial intelligence, amongst many other innovations. The COVID-19 pandemic has underlined digital technology's importance as people and businesses explore teleworking options, students switching to distance learning, and online retailing skyrocketing. Affecting nearly every sector, digital technologies can improve resource efficiency, support circular economies, and enable zero-carbon energy systems, and help monitor and protect ecosystems and vulnerable economies. We have much to benefit. Countries have committed to strengthening domestic resource mobilizations and mobilizing additional finance to achieve the 2030 agenda. However, this is not enough. Developed countries aim to meet their official development assistance, or ODA, which are commitments to enhance innovation and promote diffusion of research to developing countries. Countries have also pledged to enhance North-South, South-South, and triangular regional international collaboration, cooperation, and access to science, technology, and innovation. However, there exists persistent gaps between developed and developing countries. Access to and use of existing technologies, as well as the persistent digital divide, continue to exist. In terms of the climate and the environment, a number of developing countries have underscored the need for enhanced technology development and transfers to enable the transition to renewable energy sources and long-term low-emission development in their nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. Developed countries' pledge of raising $100 billion a year to climate finance has also proven difficult to achieve. While public and private climate finance has been on the rise, it still falls significantly short of the aspirations and the goal under the Paris Agreement. As some of the most vulnerable countries to the devastating impacts of climate change, by prioritizing science, technology, and innovation, we can enhance our climate resilience through advanced early warning systems and sustainable agricultural practices, ensuring food security and safety for all our communities. Harnessing and investing in renewable energy sources like solar and wind will reduce our reliance on fossil fuels and empower the energy independence that we need. In marine resource management, technology helps us to protect our vulnerable fisheries and ocean ecosystems, sustaining our food supply and boosting our economies. Health innovations, particularly in technology and medicine, can bridge the gap in healthcare access, especially in our small islands and for the most vulnerable communities in our isolated constituencies. Strengthening education in STEM will cultivate skills and adapt our young workforce to be capable and drive the future of their island nations. Moreover, sustainable tourism practices and improved connectivity will bolster our economy while protecting our environment. Engaging our communities through participatory governance and data-driven policies will foster peace and collaboration as well. Science, technology, and innovation are crucial for building peace by using them to tackle underlying issues that lead to conflict. By using advanced tools like data analytics and artificial intelligence, we can improve conflict resolution, enhance communication, and encourage cooperation amongst communities. Innovations in renewable energy, healthcare, and education help reduce poverty and inequality, which is one of the primary drivers of unrest and civil disruption. If technology is to deliver on its promise to help achieving the SDGs as well as peace and prosperity, it is crucial for us parliamentarians to ensure that we legislate, scrutinize, and advocate for the development of equitable disbursement of sound science, innovation, and technology. Not just that it's safe, but also for the beneficial of all our people. Together, by embracing the harnessing of science, technology, and innovation, we can forge a peaceful and sustainable future for all our nations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Tonga. And our next speaker is Mrs. Pejovic from Montenegro, followed by Bahrain.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear fellow colleagues, while I was traveling here from my home country, I realized that my father was born 80 years ago and that he witnessed the rapid expansion of technological development. As a child, he did his homework under the candlelight. As a teenager, he saw TV for the first time. And he learned how to use computer later on, very often alongside with me, and eventually I became his teacher when it comes to smartphones. When I was away from home in his 70s, he learned how to make video calls, allowing us to communicate despite an ocean apart and 6-hour difference between our days. But when COVID-19 happened, my father was baffled by the fact that I could work from our kitchen and that I can collaborate in real time with colleagues and clients across the globe. His confusion just mirrored that of outdated laws governing technology. New technologies challenge our traditional systems and agreements every day. Many of our established structures, whether in social welfare, taxation, or labor, struggle to keep pace with this rapid evolution. The labor market, for instance, is undergoing significant changes, and our laws are often ill-equipped to address them. I assume that we all have struggles to provide enough protection, legal protection for web workers or workers on web platforms. Also, algorithms for hiring have been shown to reinforce gender inequality, and yet we continue to rely on them without fully understanding the consequences. You know that algorithms is working because of the data that we create, and according to those algorithms, the best person for the position of CEO is a man. We are living in the world where misinformation spreads like wildfire, where social media can foster hate and distrust, and where artificial intelligence is not just a tool, but also a potential weapon. We often hear the phrase that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. And that's true in case where artificial intelligence-powered weapons can make it easier than ever to harm rather than to heal. So I ask you, if good intentions can pave the way to destructions, what will pave the path to peace, to safety, to a world where technology uplifts humanity instead of tearing it apart? The answer must be unity, ethic, and love. We are at the crossroads, and the world needs new laws, new agreements that reflect our present reality. Our capacity for literacy and technology must evolve not just for youth, but also for the generations like my father's. We all deserve the future shaped not by confusion and division, but by cooperation and humanity. We all need to create a future where technology serves as a force for good, governed by ethical principles and shared commitment to the well-being of all. We owe that to our parents, we owe that to ourselves, and we owe that to our children. Thank you.
Thank you to Montenegro. And the next speaker is our previous chair of this assembly, Mr. Fakro from Bahrain, followed by Peru.
Good morning, everybody. I'll speak in Arabic. معالي الرئيس الحضور الكرام السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Chair, ladies and gentlemen, may God's blessings be upon you. This session has chosen to stress science, technology, and innovation and how they can promote a more prosperous, peaceful, and sustainable future, and this in a world experiencing an increasing number of conflicts that represent a threat to peace and prosperity and undermine any plans to achieve the SDGs and which prevent us from realizing human rights throughout the world. Today, we can say that all indicators are red when it comes to deploying STI for the benefit of humanity. Today, it's no longer possible to talk about partnerships between parliamentarians in order to achieve a more stable and safe world. Rather, today we actually need to move to taking action. Given the danger we're facing, we must step up multilateral cooperation, and we can do this under the auspices of the IPU in order to attain effective, tangible results. Results that will allow us to restore a balance between development and technical progress on the one hand, and the need for societies to grow. As has been said, we want to use technology for prosperity and development for humanity rather than for developing tools and weapons which represent a danger for all of humanity. This session is an opportunity to exchange best practices and ideas that will allow us to achieve this common objective we have set for ourselves. We have always wanted to promote technological research. We have also integrated technological applications into our daily lives. And the King of Bahrain has issued a number of decrees and also approved a global plan in order to respond to requirements of the digital economy. And this plan will also make it possible to ensure that AI actually benefits citizens in Bahrain. We have also managed to mobilize resources, and we have done this through unique initiatives we've undertaken. Today, we've got a digital strategy to foster development. We are ranked 7th when it comes to the Digital Development Index and also in terms of ICT capacity. In Bahrain, we are also working to modernize our government departments and also the education sector. We allow our civil servants to use the most up-to-date technology in order to carry out their duties effectively, and thus also making it possible for our citizens to have digital communication with government services. Our government has also sought to achieve our objectives by making available an integrated system based on modern regulation. And along these lines, we also have legislation about cloud storage, digital services. This legislation was approved also to protect the private data of consumers. And this is all very important in order to promote the growth of the digital economy while at the same time protecting against a cybercrime and cyber attacks. Today, Bahrain is drafting an integral law addressing how AI is used to ensure it is used for peaceful and sustainable means. Chair. The King has offered a reward for those who've put forward peaceful solutions to conflicts. And this is why Bahrain signed a memorandum agreement with the IPU in order to shore up cooperation between the IPU and Bahrain in order to restore peace in the world. We would like to reiterate loud and clear that our meeting today needs to send out a clear message concerning how we reaffirm our principles and how we endorse all other international bodies dealing with human rights. We feel we cannot remain silent looking at the crimes committed by Israel directed at Palestinian and Lebanese citizens. There is a complete silence in the international community with regard to these crimes, despite the carnage being carried out. This means that today we are being tested and our credibility itself is at stake. Therefore, we must reaffirm our commitment to human rights. And therefore, on behalf of the Arab group, we call for an immediate ceasefire in Palestine and Lebanon. And we also call on Israel to put an end to their illegal occupation of Palestinian territory, taking into consideration humanitarian factors. We would like to refer to all international resolutions that have been taken on this subject, saying that the Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories is illegitimate, and we condemn strongly the daily attacks in Gaza and also the land incursion in Lebanon, and we call on the IPU to adopt the necessary resolutions in order to save and protect the Lebanese and Palestinian populations. We need to adopt a resolution that will be able to put an end to these crimes and attacks, and to promote the creation of Palestine with a capital in Jerusalem. Chair, we can talk at length about how we can benefit from STI for a safer world, but all of this has as a prerequisite that we restore peace. Therefore, it is crucial that we stop the actions of certain countries that are a threat to the future. Thank you.
Ryan. The next speaker is Mrs. Alva from Peru, followed by Libya.
Buenos días.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Given how complicated today's world is, when it comes to our social and economic objectives, we must bear in mind that the priority must be our citizens' quality of life. We need to ensure that technology, a vital tool for this century, must not increase inequalities. It must rather involve everybody. We parliamentarians have the obligation to ensure that we eliminate harassment and any poor use of technology, and all must be protected. Our constitution obliges the state to ensure that it sees to scientific and technological development, and we have set a goal for technology put to the use to our economic and social development. This kind of progress can make a contribution to our advancement, but we also must ensure that we monitor the environment and ensure that everybody benefits. We have taken decisions that will allow us to make use to ensure that we can make good use of all scientific information available to everyone's benefit. We have a scientific authority to deal with these issues. From 21 and 22, I was responsible for ensuring that Parliament did monitor the situation with respect to these activities. We tried to ensure that our Parliament was in keeping with the activities of other parliaments in the world. And we tried to ensure that we did everything to ensure that STI was harnessed to public benefit and to ensure that national development was involved. We as a parliament, have a committee on science and technology, and it has adopted a number of bills, and we have one bill under consideration which is working for intelligent and sustainable use of technology, and we hope that Congress will be adopting this law soon. And this will ensure that everything is in keeping with a national digital framework. In 2021, we adopted a law setting up a national science, technology, and innovation governance system. And we have sent an office for STI. And we have amended our legislation to ensure that misuse of science is considered a serious offense. We have another recently adopted law with the objective of ensuring that ethical, sustainable, and use is made of all technological innovation in favor of national development. We have another plan, and that is to ensure that AI, if it's used to commit offenses, will lead to serious sanctions. And we also want to ensure that all of this is harnessed for institutional and democratic purposes. And we managed to counter the intentions of the government of Castillo and his self-coup, and we now have a legislation in place to deal with the violent protest and extremism. And we this year set up, we joined APEC this year, which represents some 60% of world trade and almost half of the world markets. We are doing our very best to ensure that we work responsibly when it comes to STI. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Peru. Our next speaker is Mr. Salim from Libya, followed by Portugal.
Mr. President of the session, Excellencies, distinguished participants, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. This session is being held to discuss how we can harness science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. No one denies the role of science and technology in achieving well-being of humanity. In fact, scientific progress has saved humanity from hunger, poverty, and incurable diseases. The promotion of knowledge, its dissemination, and use towards science and technology can help achieve the goals of sustainable development. But in light of the international circumstances that are unfortunately witnessing increasing violent conflicts and crises, and the ensuing human losses, political, economic, and social repercussions, as well as the violations of human rights, while the international community stands helpless in the face of this catastrophe. We have shamefully failed to put an end to the war against the people in Gaza. There's no prosecution or punishment of the criminals who continue to commit genocide against defenseless, unarmed civilians, including children, women, and the elderly. They continue to starve and displace them. The Zionist entity completely disregards international rules and laws to the point that they are destabilizing international peace and security. How can there be peace, development, and peaceful coexistence while the Zionist entity continues to commit these heinous crimes using science and technology? The Zionist entity is continuing its genocidal war against the Palestinian people. Not only that, the conflict has spread to Lebanon, where civilians are being bombed, houses are being destroyed, and families are forced to displacement. In the face of the complete paralysis of the Security Council in implementing its resolutions related to the Arab-Zionist conflict, the region will not be able to enjoy peace and stability, not as long as there is an occupied Arab land. Ladies and gentlemen, technology reflects the greed of certain countries and their willingness to seize the resources of other people under the pretext the end justifies the means. Peace, stability, development do not depend on economic or natural resources alone, but on the ability of the international community to spread science and technology without discrimination for the benefit of humanity, particularly following conflicts, disputes, crises, and disasters. And we must endeavor to use this progress for a brighter, more peaceful, and sustainable future. In Libya, the Parliament firmly believes that sustainable development achieves security, peace, stability, and prosperity. In this regard, we have enacted many laws and legislation relating to science and technology, including the university's law that aims to build capacities of staff to contribute to implementing development plans and projects and improving the quality of life in society. We have enacted the law on wages and salaries to improve the working conditions of workers, as well as the law regulating technical and vocational training, in order to help achieve the goals of sustainable development, improve the indicators, and rebuild our infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, the transfer of science, technology, and innovation is one of the means that can accelerate and achieve peace and development. I call upon you from this forum to work to implement the principles that are the basis of the UN Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the Declaration of Principles on International Cooperation. I encourage you to cooperate at the international level for the benefit of humanity in accordance with the UN Charter, and I call upon you to prosecute and punish all perpetrators of crimes against humanity. I call also for taking the necessary measures to address the risks that accompany the use of technology, including adopting legislative measures to prevent the harmful use of technology against humans. And I call upon you to support developing and low-income countries to help them overcome the difficulties they face and help develop opportunities through cooperation to accelerate the implementation of sustainable development goals. Thank you for listening.
Thank you to Libya. Our next speaker will be Mrs. Tender from Portugal, followed by Chad.
Honorable Chair, dear colleagues and participants in this forum, my greetings on behalf of the Portuguese Parliament to the IPU. It is a pleasure to participate here to share contributions and practices so that we can take advantage of science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. This is indeed a huge challenge for all our countries. Technological development and innovation are unavoidable today and provide us with inexhaustible resources with a significant impact on our way of life, our interpersonal relationships, and our professional activities. Their relevance cannot, however, distract us from potential risks and possible ethical conflicts. Hence, national parliaments must take care of these issues through legislation that guarantees rights, freedoms, and guarantees respect for data privacy and for intellectual property. The progressive reduction of inequalities in access and the training for its effective use, aware of the principles enshrined in our legal regulations and IPU Charter on ethics in science and technology. Parliaments must ensure that the benefits of science, technology, and innovation reach all segments of society, namely the women, the young people, the elderly, and other vulnerable groups, such as the most disadvantaged, those that have less academic qualifications. Now, MPs can promote public policies that prioritize access to technology and innovation for women, for the young people, and for vulnerable groups, thus ensuring that the benefits of STI reach all segments of society, and defining processes to monitor the implementation of STI training programs. They can also support local initiatives, such as fostering community initiatives that use technology and innovation to respond to real needs in certain contexts and to solve specific problems. They can also promote initiatives that bring together the scientific community, political decision makers, and the civil society, inviting higher education institutions, research centers, laboratories, teachers, and researchers to events on certain topics in order to learn about the state of the art and adopt public policies. With this in mind, we'd like to share here a good practice of the Portuguese Parliament, the organization of what we call the Science Café, which has been held for 3 decades at the Parliament of Portugal, twice a year, under the Commission for Education and Science that I currently chair. Now, it allows for a sharing of knowledge, bringing together scientists, parliamentarians, businessmen and women, and other members of the civil society to debate current issues, so to let decision makers learn about the state of the art, potentialities and constraints and challenges. It is a deeply enriching event, the latest edition of which took place a few days ago under the theme A Responsible Artificial Intelligence, which focused on the scientific, economic, social and ethical perspectives. These debates allow the Parliament to incorporate in its legislation and regulation the latest research and innovations and their implications, bringing together politicians, researchers, entrepreneurs and civil society in the design of public policies. This approach can also take the form of parliamentary delegations to higher education institutions, research laboratories, or even to companies that create and use technologies and innovation, allowing them to learn about the difficulties, challenges, and constraints in each sector. Another challenge facing our parliaments is to help bridge the gap in access to technology and innovation between the different countries. International cooperation through partnerships to share technologies and good practices will be one good way of reducing the digital divide between countries. And here we welcome the Inter-Parliamentary cooperation that has brought together different parliaments and supported the training of parliamentary staff and parliamentarians. We can also promote support for the construction of digital infrastructures in less developed regions by investing in these areas, ensuring that science, technology and innovation policies guarantee access to information as a fundamental right. It is also important for parliaments to improve their ability to use scientific evidence when drawing up and monitoring public policies. Through training and capacity building, and by working closely together with researchers, entrepreneurs, and civil society, Senhora tem que terminar. It will be possible to increase the capacity to use scientific evidence in the drafting of laws. As parliamentarians, we must also anticipate the medium and long-term impacts of decisions related to science, technology, and innovation on future generations and on the society we want to build. Defining impact assessment methodologies, identifying tools and resources that could violate personal rights and freedoms, promoting public consultations with the involvement of experts and civil society. We can do much more. It's up to us to participate and collaborate in this endeavor and give our best. Thank you for your attention. Long live cooperation and inter-parliamentary union. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Mr. Kolotu Khaimi from Chad, followed by Malaysia.
Madame la Monsieur.
Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to take the floor before this august assembly. I would like to share with you the way my country, Chad, deals with the best way of making use of STI in order to ensure a peaceful and sustainable future. We are a Central African country with considerable natural resources, with a young population. We have many assets, in other words, when it comes to working towards sustainable development. That said, we face a number of challenges: poverty, environmental degradation, poor economic diversification, youth unemployment, and neighboring conflicts. These conflicts have led to a large number of refugees that do have an effect on our resources. In the light of this situation, we feel that STI is a focal point, as it should be, for the approach taken by our head of state. This is the way of dealing with the kinds of difficulties I have just mentioned, and as a way towards a prosperous and stable future. It is in order to work towards this kind of development that my parliament has encouraged the government to have a budget which has funds earmarked for STI. Our parliament is also monitoring the situation in order to ensure that the budget for this sector is properly monitored and implemented. This is a cross-cutting budget that can be used in a number of different areas. This in the interest of peaceful and sustainable development. By way of illustration, I would say that agriculture is the main source of income for most people in Chad. Agricultural STI can then help improve yield, avoid post-crop losses, and deal with climate and the effects of climate change. When it comes to energy, we are heavily dependent on fossil fuels. However, research into renewable energy, nuclear energy, wind energy, and can help us diversify our sources of energy which will decrease our emissions of greenhouse gases. When it comes to health policy, STI has a role to play too. It can play a central role because innovation such as remote diagnostic practice can lead to improvement in public health, particularly in rural areas. To turn to education, having a quality education is vital for national development. STI has a role to play here when it comes to improving our educational system. We can have digital programs, for instance, and ensure that there is good vocational training in technological areas. When it comes to water management, we have an ongoing chronic water shortage problem. STI can help us manage our water resources. This can make us more efficient. It can also help us with our irrigation technologies. And we can also use STI when it comes to dealing with flooding problems. Then we also have the Sustainable Development Program. This in keeping with the program 2063. We hope that the African Union will have dealt with poverty in Africa, and we have invested in innovation. We have set up research centers and have done everything to encourage in cooperation among universities, the private sector, and research institutes. In 2015, we set up a school for science, technology, and communication, this within the University of N'Djamena, our capital. This school has from the outset created engineers competent to deal with new technologies who have a cross-cutting role to play and can help with the development of cell phone systems, for instance. This is a way of ensuring that science and technology can lead to a greater digitization of data. Ladies and gentlemen, we must bear in mind that all of our administrative documents are digitized and are available online. And we have internet availability as widespread as possible. And by way of conclusion, I would simply say that STI has a role to play when it comes to improving education, when it comes to science and technology. We try to encourage young people to turn to STEM subjects. And this led us in 2019 through our Ministry of Education to hire an additional 1,400 teachers who can work in teaching science. This in order to improve our educational systems. In other words, STI provides us with very significant opportunities to improve the lives of the people of Chad and ensure sustainable development. However, we must ensure that we take a serious and responsible approach to all of this in order to mitigate all risks. We need a clear national strategy so that we can ensure that the public sector meets the challenges inherent to STI. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Chad.
Thank you, Chad.
Next speaker will be Mr. Mohammed from Malaysia, followed by Bahamas.
Honorable Chairperson, Secretary, and distinguished guests. It is an honor to address this esteemed assembly on behalf of the Malaysian delegates at the 149th Inter-Parliamentary Union IPU Assembly. Today's topic, harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future is crucial as we navigate an era of rapid technological advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, we must ensure that the benefits of science, technology, and innovation, STI, are accessible to all. This includes addressing disparities between the global North and South and promoting inclusivity, particularly by encouraging participation from the women and youth. This is not only a moral imperative, but also essential for fostering innovation and driving economic growth. However, with great potential comes significant risk. The dual-use nature of many technologies, which can serve both civilian and military purposes, necessitates vigilant regulation to ensure peaceful applications while not stifling innovation. Parliaments must be proactive in creating legal frameworks to meet these needs. The global technological divide remains a pressing issue. STI advancements have the potential to widen the gap between developed and developing countries. It is incumbent upon us to promote equitable access to these technologies and foster collaboration that bridges these divides. Ladies and gentlemen, the rapid pace of technological change often outstrips our regulatory frameworks. As we navigate this dynamic landscape, we must adopt more agile approaches to regulation, as highlighted in the Guide to Digital Transformation in Parliaments published by the IPU ASGP. Technological advancements also bring the challenge of technological unemployment. The rise of artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, and automation presents a risk of significant job displacement. We must prepare for these socio-economic impacts, ensuring that policies align to protect vulnerable groups via SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth. Data privacy and security are other critical concerns. As the collection and use of personal data expand, we must balance the benefits of data-driven innovation with the need to protect individual rights. Effective privacy safeguards are essential to maintain public trust and ensure the responsible use of technology. Ladies and gentlemen, misinformation and disinformation pose additional threats, undermining public trust in institutions and jeopardizing public health and safety. Parliaments must uphold evidence-based decision-making and provide mechanisms to combat false information, including deep-fake intimate images and AI-generated content that propagates hate speech or incites violence. In addressing these challenges, fostering communication and collaboration between parliaments, governments, civil society, the scientific community, and the private sector is vital. This collaborative approach ensures that diverse perspectives are considered, leading to more informed and effective policymaking. Ladies and gentlemen, Malaysia's commitment to data privacy is exemplified by the Personal Data Privacy Amendment Act 2024, which was approved in July. This act ensures compliance with data protection regulations in commercial transactions and includes enforcement measures to prevent misuse and safeguarding Malaysians' personal rights. In recognizing the need and urgency to strengthen our cyber defenses, the Parliament of Malaysia unanimously passed the Cybersecurity Act 2024. This act serves as the overarching cybersecurity legislation, which will be read together with the existing laws relating to cybersecurity in Malaysia. Malaysia is rapidly emerging as a data center powerhouse, driven by advancements in cloud computing, AI, 5G, IoT, and e-commerce. The data center market in Malaysia is expected to grow by 72% from 2022 to USD 2.25 billion by 2028, surpassing Southeast Asia's own 47% growth. It is crucial to develop robust frameworks for regulating dual-use technologies. In March 2017, Malaysia issued a Gazette order to incorporate the EU's updated list of dual-use items into the Strategic Items Amendment Order 2017. This aligns Malaysia's commitment to responsible innovation and ensuring regulatory frameworks keep pace with technological advancements. Malaysia has long championed non-proliferation, reflecting its commitment to global peace and security amid rising tensions in the South China Sea. Concerned about proliferation, Malaysia engages in the international and regional frameworks to prevent nuclear weapons spread and promote disarmament. Key frameworks include the 1982 United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, the ASEAN Southeast Asia Nuclear Weapons Free Zone, and also the Treaty of Peace and Freedom and Neutrality, ZOPFAN. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the path to a peaceful and sustainable future lies in harnessing STI responsibly and inclusively, addressing risks, bridging divides, and fostering collaboration. Let us commit to these principles and work together to ensure that STI serves as a catalyst for positive change. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Malaysia. Our next speaker is Mrs. Clara Roll from the Bahamas, followed by Suriname.
President, Session Chair, fellow delegates, and esteemed colleagues, I want to begin by welcoming our CARICOM sister nation, Jamaica, back to the IPU. The Bahamas looks forward in leading the way, working with our GULAG group in bringing other Caribbean nations to the IPU. Today, we stand at a critical moment where science, technology, and innovation hold immense potential to accelerate progress, not only based on the United Nations key pillars and the 2030 Agenda, but as a goal that is in the lens of all countries. However, this potential can only be realized through bold international cooperation and by bridging the growing divide between developed and developing countries. Our focus on this topic could not be more timely or relevant, especially when viewed through the lens of labor. As the current Minister of Labor for the Bahamas, STI is viewed as a critical component to being a driving force behind economic growth and societal development. Billions of people, particularly in developing nations, lack access to life-changing technologies to help our promise of leaving no one behind. We must make these advancements affordable and accessible to all. Science and technology are key to creating a sustainable future, but we must be cautious of the risks. They can deepen inequalities, particularly the gender gap and patterns of discrimination. It is our collective duty to ensure that technology fosters equity, human rights, and development for all. Emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence offer unprecedented opportunities for sustainable development. By fostering partnerships between governments, the private sector, and civil society, we can create a digital future that is inclusive, responsible, and resilient. The world of work is undergoing a profound transformation. The rapid acceleration of science and technology has already reshaped industries, created new sectors, and altered the way skills and expertise are in demand. However, to truly leverage these advancements for the betterment of all, we must ensure that labor and innovation progress hand in hand. We must consider how we equip our people, our workers, with the tools and skills necessary to thrive in this evolving landscape. As we continue to discuss the world of work and the future of our world, we must recognize the profound role that science, technology, and innovation play in shaping a more peaceful and sustainable future. These fields offer us solutions to some of the greatest challenges we face: climate change, food security, healthcare, and more. By embracing renewable energy, advancing medical research, and using technology to foster global collaboration, we can create a world that is not only more efficient, but also more equitable. However, it's essential that as we advance, we remain committed to using these tools responsibly. Technology must be a bridge that brings people together, not a divide that creates more conflict, especially as a result of misinformation, disinformation, and deepfakes. When harnessed ethically, science and innovation can drive us toward a future where prosperity and peace go hand in hand. As we advocate for innovation and embrace science and technology, we must also be vigilant in ensuring that no one is left behind. Technological progress must serve as a bridge, not a barrier, to equitable growth. Far too often, technological advancements have deepened inequalities, especially for marginalized communities, women, and young people. We must champion inclusive policies that extend the benefits of innovation to every corner of society. This means fostering public-private partnerships that create sustainable jobs, improving access to digital infrastructure, and closing the digital divide, particularly in rural and underserved areas. As we harness the potential of STI, we must remain committed to sustainability, not just in the environment, but also in labor practices. Science and technology give us the tools to shift toward greener industries, reduce carbon footprints, and create jobs that support both economic prosperity and environmental preservation. It is also crucial that we advocate for just labor transitions, ensuring that workers displaced by technological or environmental changes are supported through comprehensive retraining programs and social protections. In closing, let us use and continue to use this IPU platform to engage ideas and develop actionable steps towards a future where science, technology, and innovation are catalysts for growth, but not just growth, for peace, sustainability, and human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bahamas. Our next speaker is Mr. Gayadian from Suriname, followed by the Ukraine.
Mr. Chair, esteemed colleagues, it is an honor to address you today on behalf of the National Assembly of Suriname. I stand here to emphasize the critical role the STI play in shaping a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable future for our country. Suriname is a diverse and vibrant nation, a mosaic of ethnicities, cultures, languages, and religions, blessed with a unique and fragile ecology. With over 93% of our land covered by forests, Suriname is one of the most forest nations on earth. Our rich diversity is not just our pride, but a global treasure that demands vigilant protection. As the world confronts escalating environmental challenges, it is clear that investment in scientific research, particularly in biodiversity conservation and climate resilience, is essential to safeguarding our forests and the future of our planet for the generation to come. That's why the recent FID announcement of more than $10 billion for an offshore oil project in Suriname is particularly significant as it has been designed to environmentally carbon neutral. However, to fully embrace the benefits of science and technology, we must address key challenges: the digital divide that persists in our rural and remote areas, limited access to internet threaten to leave many of our citizens behind in this digital age, but I assure you we are committed to closing this gap. The Surinamese government has placed universal access to ICT at the forefront of its development agenda through the ICT Vision 2030 initiative. This vision charts our course from a lower-income country to driven middle-income economy within the next decade. ICT, we believe, will be the engine of productivity, innovation, and global competitiveness for Suriname. A significant aspect of this vision is digital financial inclusion. As we advance our ICT agenda, we are working to ensure that digital payment systems are widely accessible, particularly in underserved areas. The digitalization of payment systems is a crucial driver for financial inclusion and enabling even the most remote communities to participate in the formal economy. In our National Development Plan, we have outlined a clear pathway to utilize ICT to build a knowledge-based economy. We are pursuing digitalization for its own sake, but because it will empower every Surinamese citizen, spur inclusive development, and enhance social, political, and economic resilience. Our progress is tangible. We have deployed safe city services in key urban areas, advancing security and urban management. Our government ministries are benefiting from our rollout of cloud services through e-government initiatives. Additionally, significant efforts are underway to digitize essential services like education, civil documentation, payroll system, AI, and most importantly, introducing e-payment systems for our transparent and efficient transaction. In rural areas, approximately 60% of households now have access to broadband, a critical step toward inclusivity. But let me be clear, while we have important strides, the journey is far from complete. Full digital inclusiveness remains our ultimate goal, and key elements to inclusiveness is ensuring everyone can participate in the digital economy. Suriname recognizes the importance of international partnership. Additionally, we are fostering regional cooperation through partnership with Caribbean and Latin nations by pooling resources and knowledge, and we aim to strengthen our resilient area such as disaster risk management, digital infrastructure, AI, and sustainable development. By closing the digital divide, embracing innovation, fostering regional cooperation, and championing financial inclusion, we can build a Suriname where every citizen has access to opportunities of the future. Furthermore, with the global importance of our vast forests and diversity, we can be a key player in the international dialogue on climate action and sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suriname. Our next speaker is Alexander Koryenenko from the Ukraine, followed by Madagascar.
Distinguished chairmen, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues from all over the world. 10 years after the Russian Federation's invasions of Ukraine and over 2 years after the full-scale aggression we have been fighting for our freedom. In the occupied territories of Ukraine, Russia is using illegal practices of arbitrary deprivation of liberty, often accompanied by torture, ill treatment, and even extrajudicial killings aimed at instilling fear in the population. The OHCHR has reported over 800 cases of arbitrary detention perpetrated by Russian Federation. We'd like to draw your attention to the fact that since the start of Russia's aggression against Ukraine in 2014, more than 48,000 people, including children, have been victims of enforced disappearance. This staggering and deeply alarming figure underscores the scale and gravity of Russia's crimes and the unimaginable pain of countless families living in fear of the fate of their loved ones. More than 19,000 Ukrainian children have been forcibly transferred or deported to the Russian Federation, where they have been indoctrinated or adopted into Russian families. Russia's aggression has also inflicted severe humanitarian, economic, and environmental harm, not only in Ukraine but on the world. It has disrupted trade, driven up prices, caused food storages, and sparked the displacement crisis. This past summer, for example, many Ukrainian civilians, also me and my colleagues from our delegation, had to live with blackouts extending up to 12 hours per day. The effect the lack of electricity has on daily life is profound. Water utilities cannot distribute clean water to homes or businesses. Sewage and sanitation systems become inoperable. Hospitals have to rely on backup generators to operate life-saving equipment. Moreover, winter is now approaching and the civilian population will continue to feel the effects of these attacks, despite energy companies working tirelessly to repair the damaged equipment as quickly as possible. Ukrainians are extremely grateful for that IPU members, by adoption resolutions at the 144th and 145th Assemblies, strongly condemned Russia's Warsaw aggression against Ukraine and called on it to withdraw its forces from Ukrainian territory. In light of this, we would like also to reiterate that the peace formula presented by our President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, outlines the necessary preconditions for ending the war and ensuring a lasting and just peace based on the UN Charter and international law. Each point of this peace formula goes in full compliance with the purpose and principles of the UN Charter and reflects the collective political will of the global majority. The implementation of these provisions of the peace formula requires effective instruments, one of which was the Global Peace Summit held in Bergenstock, Switzerland. This event became a great successful demonstrating the unity of the international community, as 101 delegations from all continents took part, and we are grateful to every participant. During the first Global Peace Summit, 3 global challenges have been analyzed in detail: nuclear safety, food security, and the release of prisoners and deportees, including children. The joint communique on a peace framework contains a joint vision on how to solve those very important issues and achieve comprehensive, just and lasting peace for Ukraine. We are confident that the international parliamentary community can make a significant contribution to achieving the aims of the peace formula. Only through joint efforts and pressure on Russia in all possible international formats can we achieve our ultimate goal: achievement of a just, comprehensive and lasting peace in Ukraine based on the UN Charter. Another unique format for bringing peace to Ukraine is the International Crimea Platform. It all started with Crimea. Thus, the restored justice and Ukrainians' territorial integrity to achieve peace and stability in the entire region, the liberation of Crimea, is the integral part of the future peaceful settlement. The first 2 parliamentary summits of International Crimea Platform have demonstrated that parliaments can send a powerful signal of unity and solidarity, and we want to continue this positive dynamic. In this regard, we invite the members of the IPU to join the 3rd Parliamentary Summit of International Crimea Platform, which will take place in 24th October 2024 in Riga, Latvia. We are very thankful all our allies and all our friends for support Ukraine in these 10 years, in these 2 years. Thank you very much. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you very much to the Ukraine. Our next speaker is Mrs. Andriano from Madagascar, followed by Mexico.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, chers collègues parlementaires,
Secretary General, dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, I extend the warmest greetings from the Speaker of our National Assembly from Madagascar. Because of the opening of the regular session of the Parliament, he hasn't been able to attend. Therefore, it is an honor for me, and it's a responsibility for me to speak here to talk to you about the situation in Madagascar, faced with the challenges that STI brings us. With AI, it is crucial that STI are key drivers for sustainable development of any country. However, in developing countries such as Madagascar, the implementation of STI is still facing a number of obstacles. Despite these challenges and lack of infrastructure, in addition, we're seeing that there is not enough electricity available. There are only 30% of the population who have access to electricity. A lack of R&D in science is also a major challenge. We are also experiencing the problem of children dropping out of school, particularly young girls. However, it is crucial that we ensure that everybody, including young girls, be involved in studying science and technology. And therefore, we need to promote initiatives to support young girls. And it's only that way that we're going to be able to build a more prosperous and safe future. Investing in education of young girls is not going to be sufficient to allow them to fulfill their goals. We also need to pursue the sustainable goals of the country. It is therefore incumbent on us as leaders to offer young girls the opportunities to succeed. We are also addressing the economic and social inequalities between urban and rural areas, and these gaps are worsened by the digital gap. And here we think that STI has a crucial role to play. Therefore, it's very important that we allow technological access to rural zones so that all citizens be able to benefit from digital progress. Given all of these challenges, our government has launched a number of initiatives and reforms in order to no longer lag behind. We are promoting making energy and renewable energy available. We are dealing with wind energy, hydro, and solar energy. We have reiterated our ambitious objectives of stepping up our current electricity production and to guarantee access to electricity to 65% of the population by 2030. We also are using STI to modernize agriculture. We are seeing the use of new technology in agriculture, which can boost yield and also protect the environment. Our Parliament has also taken legislative measures in order to regulate the digital sphere. We are fighting against cybercrime and also working to protect private data. These are examples of what we've been doing. We seek to protect citizens against abuses in the digital world and thereby allow citizens a safe access to the digital world. We want to ensure that there is inclusion through STI. Therefore, the Parliament is proposing the following. We want to promote inclusive policies. We want to promote science and technology in education, also in schools. We want to support innovative companies. We want to adapt legislation to protect digital rights. We want to encourage public-private partnerships. By way of conclusion, science, technology, and innovation represent unique opportunities to transform a country and adapt it to the digital era. However, we can only achieve all of this through tangible initiatives from the government and the parliament, guaranteeing equitable access to technologies by shoring up education and protecting our citizens' digital rights. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Madagascar. And our next speaker will be Mr. Hatches Baba from Mexico, followed by France.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, world parliamentarians, it is an honor for me to address you at this 149th Assembly of the IPU. This is a decisive moment for world society. More than ever, science, technology, and innovation have become the priority. This is a set of considerations that underpin our economies, the way we deal with each other, the way we are governed. This is an opportunity for everyone. Thanks to advances made in science and technology, some countries are developing. However, it is also possible that this is a moment where we could end up with growing inequalities. We, I think, can benefit from STI as well as artificial intelligence, and I do think that we have here the best ways of dealing with the challenges of climate change, disease, or low productivity. To look at artificial intelligence, for example, here we have a possible contribution of some $15 billion extra in the world economy by 2030. This would mean a 26% increase in GDP in Chile and a significant proportion in North America. This would represent some 70% of benefits anticipated throughout the world. We need to have rational and fair use of STI, and if we take that approach, we will lead to unprecedented levels of well-being. However, I do feel that if we are to achieve this, we must bear the threats in mind. Most world citizens think that artificial intelligence will lead to job loss. Most citizens also think that the gap between rich and poor will be widened and there will be adverse effects. Our responsibility as legislators is to understand the needs of each and every one of our countries. In Mexico, Congress in 2023 adopted a general legal framework on science, technology, and innovation. This law guarantees the human right to science and takes a coordinated approach with a national agenda in this area that has to take into account the need to have scientific progress and social well-being work together. That means that we have to have science, technology, and innovation that is totally focused on humanity. And we have seen palpable results from this human approach. We have seen some increase in our revenues. We've seen increase in grants for studies in sciences. We have seen an increase in grants to mothers, heads of household. The world, ladies and gentlemen, needs to ensure that world governance is updated in order to take advances in STI are taken into account. This means that we'll be able to ensure that all citizens' fundamental rights are protected. This will also protect investment in research for development. We feel that there is a need for international cooperation. That is the only way that we can actually ensure that we will meet this global challenge. That is why, before you, I do undertake on behalf of Mexican legislators to do what we can. And I would appeal to all of you here gathered. Let us work together to meet common objectives to ensure that we have enhanced technology, enhanced innovation, and more than anything else in a global world, an overall improved situation in which each and every one of us brings its best, their best, to the table. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mexico. And our next speaker is Mr. Jaco Valli from France.
Madame la Présidente.
President, Secretary General, delegates, it's an honor for me to take the floor before you today. There is an increasing and broadening number of areas where there is a need for science to inform political decisions, be it the environment, biodiversity, energy, or health, or technology, artificial intelligence, or quantum physics. There is a need for reliable science-based information to underpin what we do and to see whether we have positive or negative effects, and we need to legislate according to the results. We are dealing with ever faster change with complex results that are all interlinked. For instance, we've recently found out about the impact of artificial intelligence on climate change. We need to ensure that science and politics work together. Sometimes there are difficulties because we're dealing with two different worlds with very different kinds of timelines and approaches. Science works in the long term. We're looking at scientific research. However, in politics, you have to work faster because we want faster results in politics. Each one must, of course, stay in his zone because politicians must not get involved in science and scientists must not stray into political decision-taking. For over 40 years now, we in France have had an original approach to all this to try and ensure some coordination between science and politics. We have since 1983, we have the Political Office for Scientific and Technical Choices, and it has come to a number of decisions to try to enlighten the Senate and the Assembly when it comes to their decision-taking. This is an approach that is open with respect to civil society. This group holds regular public hearings in order to allow the public to come and ask questions directly of those who are presenting, and to do so through the internet. I do not think that a bilateral approach involving scientists and politicians is enough. Given the skepticism and the occasional information overload that is not always reliable, it is very important to involve civil society and ordinary people so that they fully understand science. Thank you, colleagues.
Merci beaucoup, France.
Thank you, France.
Speaker for this session will be Mr. Baishat from Jordan.
سيداتي وسادتي السلام عليكم.
Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you all. It is an honor for me to take the floor before you on behalf of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, addressing an assembly dealing with a very serious question, that is harnessing science, technology, and innovation for a more peaceful and sustainable future. And it is obvious that we are on the brink of a technological revolution. We see innovations like artificial intelligence playing a vital role in our world and in our societies. We have great possibilities here. We have the opportunity to improve our standards of living and to face worldwide challenges, as well as ensuring the sustainability of everything that we do. We need to do everything we can, ladies and gentlemen, in order to ensure that AI and STI make a contribution to long-term sustainable development. We want to ensure that we use these tools to improve our use of natural resources so that we are more productive and so that we can deal with climate change in a more effective way. There's another matter we need to take into account. We need to use STI to improve scientific education. And that is possible if we ensure that we make a reasonable and ethical use of all of these technologies in order to build a better future for generations to come. However, we must take into account the effect of all of this on human rights and democracy. We can be dealing with adverse effects if there is malevolent use of AI, if people aim to increase the gaps between our societies. We need a regulatory ethical framework in order to ensure that STI is managed in such a way that it benefits all of humanity. We need to find ways of strengthening the state founded on the rule of law and the respect for human rights. And I cannot conclude without referring to human rights in the Middle East. We must ensure that everything is done to increase respect for human rights in that region. We must do everything that we can in order to bring an end to the conflict that has endured there for years. We need to ensure that the two-state solution is implemented. That is the solution supported by the King of Jordan. He is doing everything that he can to ensure that a decision is taken leading to that. We cannot leave the Palestinian people living in exile, homeless and dispossessed. The Palestinian people cannot remain the victim of airstrikes and made a victim as it is today. Science cannot be used for destructive purposes. We need to ensure that STI leads to construction and progress. We need to do our utmost to ensure that modern technology is not used for purposes of mass destruction. Jordan stresses the need to protect the holy sites of Islam and Christianity. For over a century now, we have been the protectors of these holy sites in our region. Mr. President, we cannot talk about advances, progress, or solutions in the Middle East without giving the Palestinian people the state which has which is in the right to which is enshrined in any number of internationally agreed resolutions. In the world, states cannot take positions based exclusively on the events of October 7th. I would beg you to understand the origins of this conflict, the reason why there is conflict in the Middle East, and that is the occupation by Israel of Palestinian land. And that occupation has endured for more than 70 years and nothing has changed. I would like to make one final very important point, and that has to do with UNRWA. That is part and parcel of the United Nations. The state of Israel has been perpetrating crimes against the all present in the region. And as a result of their arrogant approach, the state of Israel has seized the goods belonging to the United Nations in Palestine, which means that UNRWA has been unable to do what it can to ensure that young Palestinians get schooling. Ladies and gentlemen, technology is the key to a better future. We all believe that. And we have to ensure that all STI is used in order to ensure that humanitarian values and a more sustainable and peaceful and more humane world is the result of our use of it. Thank you.
Thank you to Jordan. This was the last contribution in this session. Thank you very much to all speakers and the audience to make my job that easy. We come to a conclude now, but we will reconvene at 2:30 with more great speeches. Thank you very much, and I pass on to our president. Thank you.
Aquí, mira, de allá para acá. Hugo, no te tardes, Hugo. Hugo. Mira. Hugo.
It's in my interest because I have the meetings in my office.
Hello, colleagues. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the vice presidents who have been assisting me here. Thank you so much for the good work that you have done while I was representing you in other capacities. So welcome to our special segment, which is meant to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the common principles. And having said that, I recognize the presence of the Secretary General and his team. Dear colleagues, dear friends, just over 10 years ago, the IPU, along with a co-working group of partners, came together with a vision. With the French National Assembly, the European Parliament, UNDP, the NDI, we put forward guiding principles for the delivery of parliamentary support to make it better coordinated, more relevant to Parliament's needs, and more impactful. Following consultations with Parliament and partners, the common principles for support to Parliament were born. They were adopted by IPU parliaments in this very room, almost exactly to the day in 2014. They called for parliamentary support that, 1, is guided by the needs of Parliament itself, 2, is inclusive, 3, equally served both men and women. Fourth, brings about sustainable outcome, and much more. A decade later, we have seen tremendous progress. The principles have been endorsed by 77% of the countries, and 149 national parliaments have signed up, as have dozens of parliamentary assemblies and partner organizations. But beyond
Общие принципы применяются в проектах. Давайте
how these principles have helped their parliamentary work in their respective parliaments and countries. So we will begin with Zambia. Zambia is here. Hold on. Have the pen? Can you press the request? The pen. Can you press the request to speak? Zambia, can you press the request to speak? I don't see it here for me to. It's not there. Can you press again? It's not working. Okay, can we try? France, can you press the request to speak? France? Then it's also not showing. Yeah, it's also not showing.
Madame la Présidente, Monsieur.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, on this 10th anniversary, I am pleased to say that the National Assembly was part of the working group with respect to a program for assistance to parliaments. The French Parliament has a great investment in inter-parliamentary cooperation. We come to the assistance of a number of foreign parliamentarians. Our parliament and different parts of our government are very involved in these kinds of activities. We have bilateral agreements or multilateral agreements, such as the European Inter-Par program, or our cooperation with the Francophonie Parliamentary Union. We do a lot of work on monitoring and evaluation of legislation, and that is the kind of activity that I find vital. I have had the opportunity to be involved in cooperation programs of this kind, working with foreign delegations. This parliamentary dialogue is of great importance, I feel. And in the interest of this kind of cooperation, we feel that there is a need to meet our partners' need. This in keeping with the very first one of our common principles. It is not at all a matter of imposing one model. There is no one size fits all. We have to meet the needs of our partner parliaments. I would say that these good practices in what we have here in these common principles are of great use, and we must work with them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Can we now try again, Zambia? Okay, now I see you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So in 2019, the Zambia National Assembly, in collaboration with the IPU, conducted the self-assessment of Parliament's capacity and performance using the common principles for support to parliaments. As a result of this study, which was in conjunction with our Parliamentary Reforms and Modernization Committee, we came up with a long list of actually recommendations, but for purposes of this meeting here, I'll concentrate on the recommendation where we undertook to embrace modern ICT platforms like social media, to increase engagement with the public. As a result of this, Madam Speaker of the National Assembly of Zambia launched the e-platform what do you call it? The e-Parliament platform, where members of the public can engage with their members of Parliament and Parliament as a whole in real time, so that they bring out the issues affecting their constituencies. As a drive also to promote the use of ICTs, we have installed Starlink communication gadgets in all the 156 constituencies, so that members of the public and staff of the National Assembly in these constituency offices have access to internet 24/7. Thirdly, in embracing ICT technologies as well, we have made it easy for members of the public, for instance, to submit petitions to Parliament using the internet. This is work in progress, and we are working towards improving this access to ICTs, which is also in consonance with our strategic plan for 2022 to 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Zambia. So, colleagues, we have heard from the experiences of Zambia and also France. Now we will hear from the Secretary General in the same context again. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and I wish to welcome participants at this special segment. And I do so in joining you, Madam President. And in fact, I'm pleased that we are celebrating the 10th anniversary of the Common Principles, an endeavor that I have been pleased to oversee in the Secretariat of the IPU. And in celebrating this anniversary, the IPU has produced a host of products to share experiences and good practice in implementing the Common Principles. We have also created new communications and social media tools so that we can all amplify our success stories. I believe we have just had two of such success stories. And today, we are proud to launch a number of publications, a new one on the Common Principles. I believe you have all received a copy of this brochure, which is a celebration of 10 years of the Common Principles. It is a combination of good practices and lessons learned, and it is intended to inspire all of us to continue to apply these principles in our work. However, at the same time, this publication is intended to serve as a reminder for all of us of the growing trend of democracy backsliding in many democracies today. We heard in yesterday's panel on the Common Principles that this backsliding is taking on very disquieting proportions in all regions of the globe. When democratic norms are eroded, it is the ability of parliaments to function properly that is challenged. It's the ability of parliaments to represent the people, to make laws, to oversee government that is challenged. So as the world's parliamentary community, we must also and always update our approaches to support Parliament and the ability to deliver so that we meet the expectations of the people. And so the need for effective support has perhaps never been more important. I hope this brochure and our shared experiences in using the Common Principles will definitely inspire us in our work. We have copies available for you, and I believe my colleagues have also placed this publication online, so you can have them, the publication in both formats. We celebrate today the 10th anniversary of the Common Principles and its impact, but it is also an opportunity for us to rededicate ourselves. It is an opportunity for us to reiterate our commitment to these principles and therefore undertake to continue to be guided by them as we move ahead towards stronger parliaments for the benefit of the people. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you so much, Mr. Secretary General. Dear colleagues, this anniversary is an opportunity for us to put the common principles back on the front banner. And one of the best ways to lend your support is through your endorsement. Like I mentioned in the beginning, 77% of us have already endorsed the principles, but that indicates almost a quarter of us that we haven't done so. But the door is not closed. We can always do that on the understanding that the common principles that were created by parliaments for parliaments. They belong to all of us and are about us being in the driver's seat for our development. So let this anniversary be an occasion to bring these remaining countries into our community. Let it be an opportunity for us to aim for universal endorsement of the principles. If you would like to endorse, dear colleagues, there is a chance that you can do here. There is an IPU stand at the entrance or around the lobby of the conference. You can always do that, and we will appreciate if you are able to do that. And in closing, I am now happy to share with you a special video that has been prepared by the IPU in the context of the celebration of the 10 years of these common principles for us parliamentarians. If we can have the video, please. Locating the video, the countries that are shown there are the countries that have not yet endorsed. When he's still working on that, so you can check in your region and advise each other. We have 4 countries from the African geopolitical group, the Arab group, 4 countries, 12 plus, we have 4 countries as well. Asia Pacific, there are 6 countries. And you have GRULAC, 5 countries. Eurasia, you also, Eurasia, you have 3 countries. I think the video is ready. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Now I will take this opportunity to invite myself and the Secretary General to take pictures with the brochure. And after that, colleagues, like our Vice President before he left here, we will reconvene our plenary at 14:30. Thank you very much.
Donc là, tu me donnes la parole. OK. Bon, ben voilà. Et je coupe. Mais elle n'était pas sur la bonne page tout à l'heure.